Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Predator's Garden. In the ancient forests of Ionia, where the boundary between the spirit realm and the material world grows thin as morning mist, there exists a beauty so deadly that even the trees whisper warnings to the wind. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the veil between worlds grows gossamer light, let us venture into the story of one who began as nature's perfect predator, yet yearned to become something far more complex, something achingly, desperately human. Imagine, if you will, walking through the deepest groves of Ionia, where the very air shimmers with magic and every leaf seems to pulse with an inner light. Here, in this realm where spirits dance freely among the living, a young Vastaean moved like liquid starlight between the ancient trees. She was beautiful beyond mortal comprehension, with hair like spun moonbeams and eyes that held the depth of winter nights. 9 magnificent tails flowed behind her, like silk banners in an unfelt breeze, each one tipped with ethereal fire that cast dancing shadows on the forest floor. This was Ahri in her earliest days, a creature of pure instinct, as natural and inevitable as the turning of seasons. She knew nothing of names then, nothing of the weight that words could carry, or the power they held to define and confine. She simply was, existing in perfect harmony with her predatory nature, as a wolf knows to hunt, or a flower knows to bloom toward the sun. The forest was her garden, and she its most exquisite bloom. Every morning brought new prey wandering into her domain, travelers seeking shortcuts through the mystical woodlands, merchants hoping to trade with the deeper settlements, adventurers drawn by tales of hidden treasures and ancient wisdom. They came with their mortal hopes and fears, their beating hearts full of dreams and desires, completely unaware that they had stepped into the hunting ground of something that found their very life force delicious. Ahri's method was elegant in its simplicity. She would appear to them as their heart's deepest desire made manifest. A lost love, a childhood friend, a mysterious beauty who seemed to understand their every unspoken longing. Her magic was not mere illusion, but something far more profound. She could peer into the depths of a soul and reflect back exactly what would make that person lower their guard, open their heart, and step willingly into her embrace. The seduction was always gentle, always perfect. She would speak in tones like honey wine, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated with something primal and trusting in the human spirit. Her victims never felt fear, never sensed danger. Instead, they felt chosen, special, as if they had stumbled upon the one creature in all the world who truly understood them. And in a way, she did understand them, in those final moments before their life essence flowed into her, like the sweetest nectar. Watch her now, in your mind's eye, as she approaches a young merchant who has lost his way among the turning paths. See how she steps from behind a flowering cherry tree, her form shifting subtly to match the image of his departed sister, the one he still mourns after all these years. The merchant's eyes fill with tears of joy and disbelief, and he reaches toward her with trembling hands. There is no malice in Ahri's expression, no cruel satisfaction, only the pure, unconscious hunger of a predator doing what nature designed her to do. Her tails would glow with soft blue fire as she drew near, and the merchant would see only beautiful spirit lights, like fireflies dancing in celebration of their reunion. He would speak of his grief, his loneliness, his desperate wish to see his sister one more time, and Ahri would listen with perfect attention, not because she cared, but because his emotions made his life essence all the more potent, all the more satisfying when she finally claimed it. The end always came as a kiss, tender, loving, and absolutely final. As her lips met his, ethereal energy would flow between them, his memories and experiences rushing into her like a river meeting the sea. In those last seconds, the merchant would feel nothing but peace, as if his sister truly had returned to guide him to whatever lay beyond. He would never know that his final gift was not reunion, but sustenance for a creature who had never learned to question the morality of survival. This was Ahri's existence for countless seasons, beautiful, efficient, and empty of any deeper meaning beyond the satisfaction of hunger. She collected the life essence of dozens, perhaps hundreds of travelers, each one adding to her power and vitality. Their final moments became part of her, though she barely noticed the whispers of their memories that sometimes flickered through her consciousness like half-remembered dreams. The forest spirits approved of her hunting. She was, after all, helping to maintain the balance between the spirit realm and the material world, preventing too many humans from penetrating too deeply into the sacred groves. The other Vastaya regarded her with a mixture of respect and caution. She was powerful, she was effective, and she asked nothing of them save the right to hunt in peace. But nature, in all its wisdom, is never truly static. Even the most perfect predator must eventually encounter prey that changes everything, that introduces a single drop of difference into what seemed like an endless cycle of sameness. For Ahri, that moment was approaching like dawn after the longest night, though she had no way of knowing that her next hunt would be her last in the truest sense. She moved through her garden forest one evening as twilight painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, her supernatural senses alert for the approach of new prey. The very air seemed to hum with potential, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Her tails swayed hypnotically behind her, each one glowing with its own inner light, and her eyes scanned the shadowed paths with the patient focus of a creature who had never known failure. In those final moments before everything changed, Ahri was perhaps at the height of her predatory perfection. Beautiful beyond description, deadly beyond measure, and blissfully unaware that she was about to encounter something that would shatter her simple existence and set her on a path toward a completely different kind of hunger, one that could never be satisfied by the mere consumption of life essence. The forest whispered its secrets to the wind, and somewhere in the distance, footsteps approached along the winding path. Another traveler was coming, another opportunity to feed and grow stronger. Ahri smiled with unconscious anticipation, her form already beginning to shift in preparation for whatever disguise would prove most effective. She had no way of knowing that this hunt would end not with satisfaction, but with the most devastating confusion she had ever experienced. For the first time in her existence, she was about to discover that some prey leaves behind more than just energy when consumed. Some carry within them memories so vivid, emotions so powerful, that they refuse to simply disappear into the predator's essence. Some leave echoes that demand to be heard, understood, and ultimately mourned. As night settled fully over her domain, and the first stars appeared like scattered diamonds in the darkening sky, Ahri prepared for what she believed would be just another hunt in an endless series of hunts. She could not have imagined that she was about to take the first step on a journey that would lead her away from everything she had ever known about herself and towards something infinitely more complex, infinitely more painful, and infinitely more beautiful than the simple certainty of being nature's perfect killer. In the growing darkness, those footsteps drew closer, and with them came the beginning of Ahri's transformation from predator to something that would spend the rest of her very long life trying to understand what it truly means to be human. The forest held its breath, the spirits paused in their eternal dance, and destiny prepared to announce itself with the sound of a single human heart, speeding steadily along the moonlit path toward an encounter that would change everything. What is it about perfection that makes it so fragile, so vulnerable to the introduction of even the smallest crack that can eventually bring down the entire structure? Perhaps, as you drift toward rest, you might consider, when we are most certain of who we are we actually closest to discovering who we might become? Chapter 2. The First Taste of Memory. In the depths of that same mystical forest, where predators moved like poetry through the shadows, something unprecedented was about to unfold. The footsteps that had approached along the moonlit path belonged to someone unlike any prey Ahri had encountered before, a traveling scholar whose mind carried not just the usual hopes and fears of mortals, but something far more complex, a lifetime of deep emotional connections, scholarly wisdom, and profound love for the written word and the people who had shaped his understanding of the world. Picture this moment, if you will, as destiny announces itself with the subtlety of falling snow. The scholar rounded a bend in the forest path, his worn leather satchel heavy with books and scrolls, his tired eyes bright with the kind of curiosity that had driven him to seek knowledge in even the most remote corners of Ionia. He was older than most of Ahri's usual prey, perhaps 50 years or more, with silver threading through his dark hair and lines around his eyes that spoke of decades spent reading by candlelight and pondering the mysteries of existence. Ahri observed him from the shadows, her predatory instincts immediately analyzing his emotional state, searching for the perfect disguise that would draw him close enough for her to strike. But as she peered deeper into his soul, preparing to reflect his deepest desire back to him, something unusual happened. Instead of finding a simple longing for a lost love, for youth, for adventure, she discovered something far more intricate and beautiful. This man's heart was a vast library of relationships, each one carefully tended and deeply cherished. He carried within him the memory of his mentor, an elderly woman who had taught him to see magic not as a tool to be wielded, but as a language to be learned and respected. He held close the laughter of his students, young minds he had guided toward their own discoveries. Most powerfully of all, he bore the love of his late wife, a brilliant mage who had died protecting their village from bandits, leaving him with 40 years of shared memories so vivid they seemed to glow with their own inner light. As Ahri's magic reached out to find the shape she should take, it was overwhelmed by the sheer depth and complexity of what it found. For the first time in her existence, she couldn't simply choose a single face to wear. This man's heart was too full, too rich with interconnected loves and loyalties. Instead, her form flickered uncertainly between shapes, now his mentor, now his wife, now a student, now something that was somehow all of them and none of them at once. The scholar stopped walking, his keen eyes narrowing as he observed the strange figure before him. Unlike her previous victims, he didn't immediately fall under her spell. Instead, he tilted his head with the curiosity of someone who had spent his life studying the inexplicable, and said in a voice warm with genuine interest, "How fascinating. You're trying to be someone specific, aren't you? But you can't decide who." This simple observation sent a shock through Ahri's system, unlike anything she had ever experienced. No prey had ever seen through her illusions before, much less spoken to her with such calm understanding. She found herself frozen, her tails flickering with uncertain light, her beautiful face caught between a dozen different expressions, as her magic struggled to find purchase on a mind too complex for her usual methods. "I mean you no harm," the scholar continued, setting down his satchel and regarding her with the same patient attention he might give to a particularly interesting text. "You're Vastayan, aren't you? A fox spirit of some kind. I've read about your kind, though I admit I've never encountered one personally." He paused, and his weathered face creased in a gentle smile. "You're quite beautiful, you know, even without the illusions." For perhaps the first time in her existence, Ahri found herself seen, truly seen, not as what someone wanted her to be, but as what she actually was. The experience was so alien, so disorienting, that she felt her carefully maintained predatory composure beginning to crack. She took a step backward, her form stabilizing into her true appearance, 9 tails flowing behind her like captured starlight. "I don't understand," she said, and was surprised to hear her own voice, smaller and more uncertain than she had ever heard it before. I should want to see my wife again," the scholar said gently, understanding immediately what she meant, "or my mentor, or any number of people I've loved and lost, and part of me does want that, desperately. But wanting and needing are different things, child. I learned long ago that the dead live on best in our memories, not in illusions that cheapen their reality." The word child hit Ahri like a physical blow. No one had ever called her that before, had ever suggested that despite her power and deadly beauty, she might be young, inexperienced, in need of guidance rather than feared as a predator. She found herself moving closer to him, drawn by something she couldn't name, her hunting instincts completely forgotten in the face of this unprecedented interaction. "Tell me," the scholar said, settling himself on a moss-covered log as if he had all the time in the world, "what happens when you feed? I mean truly, what do you experience when you take someone's life essence?" The question was so unexpected, so free of judgment or fear, that Ahri found herself answering honestly. "I take their energy, their life force. It makes me stronger, more powerful. Sometimes I catch glimpses of their thoughts, their memories, but they fade quickly, like trying to hold water in cupped hands." The scholar nodded thoughtfully. "And you've never wondered about those memories? Never been curious about the lives you've taken? The stories that ended with your kiss? They're just echoes," Ahri said. But even as she spoke the words, she felt their inadequacy, meaningless fragments that dissolve into my essence. "Nothing is meaningless," the scholar said with quiet conviction. "Every memory, every experience, every moment of joy or sorrow, they all matter. They're what make us who we are." He looked at her, with eyes full of gentle challenge. "Perhaps the reason you couldn't choose who to appear as is because deep down you know this. Perhaps some part of you recognizes that what you're taking isn't just energy, it's entire universes of experience and emotion." As he spoke, something unprecedented happened to Ahri. For the first time since her earliest memories, she felt something other than hunger or satisfaction. She felt curious, not the predator's curiosity about how best to approach prey, but genuine wonder about this strange man, who saw her as something more than a beautiful threat. "What's your name?" she asked suddenly, the question surprising them both. The scholar smiled. "Konigin. I was a teacher once, in a small village to the east. And you? Do you have a name?" Ahri paused, realizing that she had never needed a name before, had never been anything other than what she was. "No, I never thought I needed one." "Everyone needs a name," Konigin said gently. "It's the first step toward understanding who you are beyond what you do." They talked through the night, an impossible conversation between predator and prey that became something else entirely. Teacher and student, wisdom and curiosity, experience and innocence meeting in the neutral ground of genuine connection. Konigin spoke of his life, his love for learning, his belief that understanding was the greatest magic of all. And slowly, carefully, Ahri found herself speaking of things she had never put into words before: the emptiness that followed each hunt, the fleeting nature of the satisfaction she gained, the strange loneliness of being something that existed only to take from others. As dawn approached, painting the forest in shades of gold and rose, Ahri felt a hunger unlike any she had ever known, not for life essence, but for more of this strange connection, this feeling of being understood and valued for something beyond her deadly beauty. When Konigin finally stood to continue his journey, she felt something she had never experienced before, the desire for someone to stay, not as prey but as... She didn't even have words for what she wanted him to be. "Wait," she said, as he shouldered his satchel. "I don't want you to go." Konigan turned back to her, and in his eyes she saw something that made her breath catch. Not desire, not fear, but compassion. "I know," he said softly. "But this is your forest, your home. I'm just a traveler passing through. However," he added, reaching into his satchel and withdrawing a small, leather-bound book, "perhaps you'd like something to remember our conversation by." He held out the book, a collection of Ionian poetry about transformation and growth. "Reading might help you understand some of those feelings you've been experiencing. Knowledge is the beginning of wisdom, and wisdom is the path to choice." Ahri took the book with trembling hands, the first gift she had ever received that wasn't taken by force or deception. As her fingers closed around the worn leather, something shifted inside her, a crack in the perfect certainty of her predatory nature, a tiny fissure that would, in time, reshape everything she thought she knew about herself. "Thank you," she whispered, the words feeling strange and wonderful on her tongue. Konigan smiled and touched her cheek gently, the way a father might touch a beloved daughter. "Thank you, child, for reminding me that every creature, no matter how lost they seem, carries the potential for growth. I hope you find your name someday. I hope you find yourself." As he walked away along the forest path, Ahri stood clutching the book to her chest, watching until he disappeared completely from view. For the first time in her existence, she had encountered prey and chosen not to hunt. More than that, she had discovered that there were things in the world more satisfying than the simple consumption of life essence. Things like understanding, connection, and the strange warmth that came from being seen as more than just a beautiful predator. The sun rose fully over the forest, and Ahri found herself looking at her domain with new eyes. The trees seemed different somehow, less like hunting grounds and more like possibilities. She opened the book Konigan had given her and began to read, slowly at first, then with growing fascination as the words painted pictures of transformation, of creatures who chose to become something other than what nature had made them. That night, as she settled beneath her favorite flowering tree, Ahri realized that she was no longer the same being who had prepared to hunt just hours before. Something fundamental had shifted. Some essential certainty had been replaced by questions that demanded answers. She found herself thinking not about her next hunt, but about the taste of those fleeting memories she had always dismissed, wondering for the first time what stories they might tell if she learned to listen. The forest whispered around her, but now its voice seemed different, not the simple song of predator and prey, but something far more complex, full of possibilities she was only beginning to understand. As sleep took her, Ahri's dreams were filled not with the satisfaction of successful hunts, but with images of faces, voices, lives that suddenly seemed infinitely precious, rather than merely consumable. She was still a predator, still a creature of hunger and power, but now she was also something else, a being who had tasted connection, and found it more intoxicating than any life essence she had ever consumed. The question that would drive her forward from this moment was no longer how to hunt more efficiently, but how to understand the weight of what she had been taking from the world, and whether there might be other ways to satisfy the deeper hunger that was now awakening within her heart. In the growing light of that new day, as she held Konigan's gift close to her chest, Ahri took her first tentative steps toward a truth that would reshape her entire existence, that the memories she had been discarding were not echoes or fragments, but entire worlds of experience that deserved to be honored, understood, and perhaps even treasured. The predator's garden was beginning to bloom with something far more complex than simple hunger. It was becoming a place where compassion might grow. How strange it is that sometimes the greatest transformations begin not with dramatic revelations, but with simple acts of unexpected kindness. As you settle into rest, perhaps you might wonder, what gifts of understanding have others offered you that seemed small at the time, but planted seeds of change that grew into something magnificent? Chapter 3. The Garden of Forgotten Faces. In the days that followed her encounter with Konigan, Ahri discovered that transformation is rarely a gentle process. Like a butterfly struggling to emerge from its chrysalis, she found herself caught between what she had always been and what she was beginning to become. The book he had given her lay open beside her favorite resting place, its pages filled with poetry that spoke of change and growth. But it was not the written words that haunted her most. It was the sudden, overwhelming awareness of the voices that had always been whispering within her consciousness, voices she had never bothered to hear until now. Imagine, if you will, awakening one morning to discover that your mind has become a vast library where every book whispers its secrets simultaneously. This was Ahri's new reality, as she began to truly listen to the memories she had absorbed over countless hunts. What had once been mere background noise, easily dismissed as meaningless echoes, now demanded her attention with an urgency that left her breathless and confused. The first voice to emerge clearly from the cacophony belonged to Elena, a young weaver who had been traveling to her sister's wedding when she encountered Ahri 3 seasons past. As Ahri sat beneath the flowering cherry tree, reading Konigin's poetry, Elena's memories suddenly blazed to life with startling clarity. She could feel Elena's excitement about seeing her family again, the careful stitches she had worked into the wedding dress she carried as a gift, the song she had been humming as she walked the forest path, a lullaby their mother had sung to both sisters as children. The memory was so vivid, so complete, that for a moment Ahri forgot where she was. She could feel Elena's calloused fingertips, smell the lavender oil she used in her hair, taste the honey cakes she had packed for the journey. Most overwhelming of all, she could feel Elena's love, pure, uncomplicated affection for a sister who had always been her dearest friend. The intensity of the emotion was staggering, far more potent than any life essence Ahri had ever consumed. But as quickly as Elena's memory had blazed to life, it was joined by another voice, then another. Marcus, the traveling merchant, worried about his daughter's fever and carrying medicine from the capital. Ling, the young monk, filled with wonder at the natural magic of the forest. Sarah, the bard, her mind a treasure trove of stories and songs that now played endlessly in Ahri's consciousness. Each voice was distinct, each carried its own emotional weight, and all of them clamored for attention simultaneously. Ahri pressed her hands to her temples, overwhelmed by the sudden symphony of human experience that threatened to drown out her own thoughts. How had she never noticed this before? How had she managed to ignore such a rich tapestry of consciousness for so long? The answer came to her with uncomfortable clarity. She had never cared enough to listen. To her, these people had been nothing more than sources of sustenance, their inner lives as irrelevant as the thoughts of grain to a farmer during harvest. But now, awakened to their reality by Konigin's gentle challenge, she found herself bombarded by the full weight of what she had taken. Not just life essence, but entire worlds of experience, relationship, hope, and love. Each memory carried with it a network of connections, family members who would mourn, friends who would wonder what had happened, communities left somehow diminished by the absence of these voices. The worst part was how beautiful many of the memories were. Elena's love for her sister, Marcus's devotion to his family, Ling's peaceful communion with nature, Sarah's joy in bringing stories to life. These were not the thoughts of prey, but the inner lives of people who had loved deeply and been deeply loved in return. People who had mattered to others in ways that Ahri was only beginning to understand. As the days passed, Ahri found herself spending more and more time simply sitting in her garden, trying to sort through the voices in her mind. She began to recognize patterns, to understand how memories were connected to emotions, how love could transcend even death to live on in the hearts of others. Elena's memories of her sister led to recollections of their childhood, of learning to weave together, of shared secrets and whispered dreams. Marcus's concern for his daughter opened into a vast archive of fatherhood, sleepless nights when she was ill, pride at her first steps, the gentle way he taught her to count coins and make change. The more she listened, the more Ahri began to understand something that terrified her. She had been destroying not just individual lives, but entire webs of connection and meaning. Each person she had consumed had been the center of their own universe, surrounded by relationships that gave their existence purpose and joy. When she took their lives, she didn't just end their stories. She tore holes in the fabric of countless other stories, leaving friends and family to wonder and grieve, and slowly learn to live with absence. But perhaps most disturbing of all was how difficult it became to distinguish between her own thoughts and those of her victims. When she looked at the cherry blossoms above her resting place, was her appreciation of their beauty her own, or did it come from Ling's deep connection to nature? When she found herself humming a melody, was it Elena's lullaby or something from Sarah's vast repertoire? The boundaries between self and other began to blur in ways that left her questioning everything she thought she knew about her own identity. One evening, as twilight painted the forest in shades of purple and gold, Ahri experienced something that shook her to her very core. A memory surfaced, not one of her victims, but her own, from the early days of her existence. She remembered her first hunt, the way the life essence had felt as it flowed into her, the satisfaction of successful predation. But now, viewing that memory through the lens of her newfound awareness, she saw it completely differently. Her first victim had been a young man, barely more than a boy, traveling to the next village to propose to his childhood sweetheart. He had carried with him a ring carved from jade, a family heirloom passed down through generations, and his heart had been full of nervous excitement and overwhelming love. When Ahri appeared to him in the form of his beloved, he had wept with joy, believing that somehow she had come to meet him halfway. At the time, Ahri had found his emotional state useful. Strong emotions made life essence more potent. But now, reliving the memory with her new understanding, she felt the full weight of what she had done. She had not simply taken his energy. She had ended a love story that had been years in the making. Somewhere, in a village she had never seen, a young woman had waited for a proposal that would never come, for a love that had been cut short by hunger and predatory instinct. The realization sent Ahri to her knees, her tails flickering with distressed light as the magnitude of her past actions crashed over her like a wave. She had not been a force of nature, as she had always believed. She had been a destroyer of stories, a thief of futures, a creature who had built her power on the foundation of countless tragedies she had never bothered to understand. But even as grief and guilt threatened to overwhelm her, another voice emerged from the chorus in her mind. Konigin's voice, gentle and understanding, reminding her that knowledge was the beginning of wisdom, and wisdom was the path to choice. She could not undo what she had done, could not restore the lives she had taken, or repair the relationships she had shattered, but she could choose what to do with this new awareness, this terrible and beautiful understanding of what it meant to carry so many souls within her own. Slowly, carefully, Ahri began to listen to each voice individually, to honor each memory by giving it her full attention. She would spend hours focusing on a single person, learning their story, understanding their connections, feeling the love they had carried, and the love that had been felt for them. It was painful work. Each memory brought with it a fresh wave of guilt and sorrow, but it was also beautiful in a way that surprised her. Elena's love for her sister was so pure, so unwavering, that it glowed like starlight in Ahri's consciousness. Marcus's devotion to his family was steady and strong as mountains, providing a foundation of security that had shaped his daughter's entire world. Ling's peaceful communion with nature carried within it a wisdom about balance and harmony that spoke to something deep in Ahri's Vastayan soul. Sarah's joy in storytelling revealed the power of narrative to connect hearts across distances and differences. As she learned to listen, Ahri began to understand that she was not just carrying memories, she was carrying the responsibility to honor these lives, to ensure that their stories were not forgotten, that their love and dreams and connections continued to matter, even though their bodies were gone. It was a weight unlike any she had ever carried, but also a purpose that gave new meaning to her existence. The voices in her mind began to organize themselves into what she came to think of as her garden of forgotten faces, a sacred space within her consciousness, where each person she had consumed could exist not as prey, but as individuals whose lives had value and meaning. She found that if she focused carefully, she could even sense how they might have grown and changed if they had lived, what choices they might have made, what love they might have given and received. This internal garden became her retreat and her torment, her greatest treasure and her deepest shame. Here, Elena could finish the wedding dress for her sister, working stitches of silver thread that caught the light like captured moonbeams. Here, Marcus could watch his daughter grow into a brilliant merchant in her own right, her laughter echoing through the market stalls. Here, Ling could continue his contemplation of natural harmony, finding new insights in the dance of seasons and the whisper of wind through leaves. But the garden was also a constant reminder of her guilt, a collection of lives that should have continued in the physical world, rather than existing only in the memory and imagination of their killer. Each face was beautiful, each story precious, and all of them had been cut short by her hunger and ignorance. As the seasons turned and Ahri learned to navigate this new landscape of consciousness, she began to understand that her transformation was far from complete. The Garden of Forgotten Faces had awakened something in her that could never be satisfied by simple predation, a hunger for connection, for meaning, for relationships that built rather than destroyed. But satisfying this new hunger would require her to venture beyond the safe boundaries of her forest domain, to face the world that she had taken so much from, and somehow find a way to give something back. The voices in her mind whispered their stories, shared their wisdom, and slowly began to teach her what it truly meant to love, to lose, and to choose hope over despair. In learning to honor their memories, Ahri was beginning to discover her own capacity for growth, change, and perhaps eventually, redemption. Standing at the edge of her forest garden as another night fell over Ionia, Ahri felt the weight of countless souls within her consciousness and made a promise that would guide her for years to come. She would find a way to honor their stories, to ensure that their love and dreams continued to matter in the world they had been forced to leave behind. She would learn what it meant to build rather than destroy, to protect rather than consume, to become worthy of the trust that Konigan had placed in her when he chose to see her as more than just a beautiful predator. The Garden of Forgotten Faces bloomed within her mind, each memory a flower that would never fade, each story a light that would guide her towards something she was only beginning to understand, the possibility of becoming truly human, not through changing her nature, but through choosing to honor the humanity of others. In carrying so many souls within herself, she had become more than she had ever been alone, and terrifyingly responsible for ensuring that their love would continue to ripple outward into the world, even if they could not be there to tend those ripples themselves. It was a burden that would shape every choice she made going forward, and a gift that would teach her the true meaning of connection. How profound it is to realize that we carry within ourselves the voices of everyone who has ever mattered to us, that our consciousness is not a lonely island, but a vast community of influence and memory. As you drift towards sleep, you might consider whose voices whisper wisdom in your mind, and how do their stories continue to shape the person you choose to become. Chapter 4. The Academy of Whispered Secrets. Armed with her newfound awareness, and the weight of countless voices within her consciousness, Ahri found herself facing a challenge that no amount of predatory instinct could prepare her for, learning to exist among humans, not as a hunter, but as something approaching one of them. The Garden of Forgotten Faces had taught her the value of human connection, but understanding the theory of relationships was vastly different from attempting to navigate their complex reality. Picture her now, standing at the edge of a small Ionian village as the first light of dawn painted the wooden buildings in shades of gold and amber. This was the closest she had ever come to human civilization, while maintaining her true form, and every instinct screamed at her to retreat to the safety of her forest domain. But the voices in her mind, Elena's warm encouragement, Marcus's practical wisdom, Ling's gentle guidance toward balance, urged her forward with whispered reassurances that perhaps, just perhaps, she could learn to belong somewhere other than the shadows between the trees. The village was called We, a modest settlement of farmers, artisans, and traders, nestled in a valley where the spirit realm touched the material world with unusual gentleness. It was the kind of place where magic was accepted as part of daily life, where Vastayan visitors were not entirely unknown, though they were rare enough to draw curious glances and careful attention. If Ahri was to attempt integration anywhere, this seemed like the most promising beginning. But first, she needed to learn the fundamental skills of human interaction, skills that came naturally to those raised in communities, but were completely foreign to a creature who had spent her existence either hunting alone or being worshipped from a distance by forest spirits. The memories of her victims provided a foundation of knowledge, but memory and experience were vastly different things. Elena knew how to bargain with merchants because she had done it countless times. Ahri knew Elena's memories of bargaining, but had never felt the nervousness of making her first purchase, or the satisfaction of securing a fair price. Her first attempt at contact was, by any measure, a disaster that became a source of both education and mortification. Approaching a vendor's stall in the early morning market, Ahri attempted to use Elena's memories to guide her interaction, but without understanding the subtle social cues that governed such exchanges, she found herself speaking in Elena's exact cadence and using phrases that belonged to a different region entirely. "Good morning, honored merchant," she said, unconsciously mimicking Elena's formal speech patterns. "I seek thread of the finest quality for my sister's wedding dress, as is proper for the daughter of House Marileth." The vendor, a kindly woman with flour-dusted hands, looked at her with growing confusion. "House Marileth? But child, that's a noble family from the eastern provinces. Are you quite well?" "You look," she paused, studying Ahri's ethereal beauty, and the way her hair seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. "Are you perhaps Vastian, dear one?" The question hit Ahri like a physical blow, not because it was hostile, but because it was asked with such gentle concern. She had expected fear, suspicion, perhaps even aggression. Instead, she found herself facing the kind of maternal worry that might be directed toward any young person who seemed lost or confused. It was Elena's memory of her own mother's voice, and the recognition made Ahri's carefully constructed facade crumble entirely. "Yes," she whispered, her tales materializing as her emotional control slipped. "I'm sorry. I don't know how to. I've never—" "Oh, you poor dear," the vendor said immediately, her tone shifting to one of protective warmth. "Your first time among humans? Come. Sit here beside my stall. My name is Grandmother Chen. Everyone calls me that, whether they're related or not. Let's start with something simple, shall we?" What followed was Ahri's first lesson in genuine human kindness offered without expectation of return. Grandmother Chen spent the entire morning teaching her the basics of market interaction, how to greet vendors politely, how to examine goods without giving offense, how to negotiate prices fairly, and most importantly, how to read the subtle emotional cues that governed social exchange. But more than practical skills, Grandmother Chen offered something Ahri had never experienced: patient guidance without judgment. When Ahri's tales flickered with nervous energy, Chen simply remarked that they were beautiful and asked if they helped her balance. When Ahri accidentally used Marcus's deep voice instead of her own, Chen gently corrected her without making her feel foolish. When Ahri's eyes filled with tears of frustration at her own inability to master even simple conversations, Chen offered her a handkerchief and a cup of warm tea, without asking questions she wasn't ready to answer. "Learning to be around people is like learning any other skill," Chen said, as they sat together in the afternoon shade. "It takes practice, patience, and forgiveness for your own mistakes. The fact that you're trying tells me you have a good heart, child. The rest will come with time." This became the pattern of Ahri's education in humanity, one small lesson at a time, one awkward interaction building upon another, each mistake, a stepping stone toward understanding rather than a reason for retreat. She learned to modulate her voice by listening to how others spoke, to control her magical aura by observing how it affected those around her, to navigate the delicate dance of social hierarchy by watching and mimicking the interactions she witnessed. The village became her academy. Each person she met a teacher offering lessons in different aspects of human nature. From blacksmith Toron, she learned about the satisfaction of creating something useful with one's hands, though her attempts at metalwork were disasters that left her singed and frustrated. From weaver Mira, she discovered the meditative quality of repetitive, purposeful work, finding unexpected peace in the rhythm of loom and shuttle, even when her own efforts produced nothing but tangled messes. Most challenging of all were her interactions with the village children, who approached her with the fearless curiosity that only the very young possess. They were fascinated by her tales, delighted by the way her eyes seemed to glow in certain light, and completely uninterested in the careful social boundaries that governed adult interaction. Their direct questions, "Why do you smell like flowers and moonlight? Can you really turn into a fox? Do you have magic food in your tales?" forced Ahri to confront aspects of her nature that she had never needed to explain before. But it was their easy acceptance that proved most transformative. To them, she was simply Ahri, the fox lady, who was learning to be people, as 7-year-old Jin put it with characteristic bluntness. They didn't care about her past or worry about her predatory nature. They judged her entirely on how she treated them in the present moment. When she helped them retrieve a ball from a tree using her magic, she was wonderful. When she accidentally used her charm abilities to calm a crying child, she was helpful. When she struggled to understand their games and rules, she was someone who needed their patient teaching. Through their eyes, Ahri began to see herself, not as a monster trying to masquerade as human, but as someone genuinely learning and growing. The voices in her mind, Elena's gentle encouragement, Marcus's practical wisdom, Sarah's understanding of social dynamics, began to blend with her own developing instincts, creating something new and uniquely hers. But the learning process was far from smooth. Her predatory instincts didn't simply disappear because she wished them gone. They required constant vigilance and conscious choice to override. When a traveling merchant displayed particular emotional vulnerability, Ahri felt the familiar stirring of hunger and had to physically remove herself from the situation until the urge passed. When a young couple's obvious love for each other triggered memories of how such emotions had once made feeding more satisfying, she had to retreat to the forest for hours of meditation to regain her equilibrium. The most difficult lesson came when she witnessed genuine human conflict for the first time. Not the simple predator-prey dynamic she understood, but the complex emotional warfare that could exist between people who claimed to love each other. A married couple in the village was going through a bitter argument about money and responsibility, their angry words carrying undertones of deeper hurts and disappointments. Watching them, Ahri felt a confusing mixture of emotions. Part of her wanted to intervene, to use her abilities to calm their anger and restore harmony. But the memories in her mind, particularly those of Elena, who had witnessed her own parents' difficult marriage, whispered warnings about the complexity of human relationships and the danger of magical intervention in matters of the heart. Instead, she found herself simply observing, trying to understand how two people could love each other enough to build a life together, yet still hurt each other so deeply. It was Marcus's voice that eventually provided insight. "Love isn't a feeling, child," his memory whispered. "It's a choice you make every day, even when the feeling is buried under anger or disappointment or fear. The feeling comes and goes, but the choice, that's what makes relationships last." This revelation opened new depths of understanding about the memories she carried. She began to see that the love Elena felt for her sister wasn't just emotional warmth, but a daily choice to prioritize her sister's happiness over her own convenience. Marcus's devotion to his family wasn't just protective instinct, but a conscious decision to sacrifice his own desires for their security and well-being. Ling's connection to nature wasn't just spiritual feeling, but a practiced discipline of attention and respect. Understanding this transformed Ahri's relationship with the village. She stopped trying to simply mimic human behavior and began making conscious choices about what kind of person she wanted to be. When Grandmother Chen's arthritis flared during the rainy season, Ahri chose to help with the heavy lifting at her stall. When the village children were frightened by strange sounds in the forest, she chose to use her abilities to scout for danger and reassure their parents. When a traveling family needed directions through the magical pathways that only Vastian senses could navigate reliably, she chose to guide them safely rather than simply point the way. Each choice built upon the others, creating patterns of behavior that slowly became second nature. She learned to temper her otherworldly beauty so it didn't overwhelm those around her, to modulate her magical presence so it felt welcoming rather than predatory, to speak with her own voice rather than echoing the cadences of the memories within her mind. But perhaps most importantly, she learned that humanity wasn't something she needed to achieve or pretend to possess. It was something she could choose to embody through her actions and decisions. The voices in her mind weren't foreign intrusions to be overcome, but teachers and guides, showing her different ways of expressing care, compassion, and connection. As the seasons changed and Ahri became a familiar presence in Will, she began to understand that her transformation wasn't about becoming human in the biological sense, but about developing the capacity for the kinds of relationships and choices that gave human life its meaning. She was still Vastian, still magical, still carrying the weight of her past actions, but she was also becoming something new, something that honored both her nature and her choices. The village had become her academy in the truest sense, not just a place of learning, but a community that had shaped her through patient teaching, gentle correction, and the kind of acceptance that allowed growth to flourish. In learning to be among humans, she had discovered not just how to mimic their behavior, but how to share in their values of connection, growth, and the choice to love despite fear and uncertainty. Standing in the village square as evening settled over Will, surrounded by the gentle sounds of families sharing dinner and friends calling goodnight across the narrow streets, Ahri felt something she had never experienced before. The sense of belonging not as a predator in her hunting grounds, but as a member of a community that valued her presence and contributions. The Academy of Whispered Secrets had taught her that humanity wasn't a destination to reach, but a way of being in the world, one that could be chosen by anyone, regardless of their origins, as long as they were willing to learn, grow, and make the daily choice to honor the connections that bind us all together. How remarkable it is that we become most ourselves, not in isolation, but in the gentle friction of learning to be with others, allowing their patience and acceptance to teach us who we might choose to become. As you settle toward rest, perhaps you might reflect, who have been the patient teachers in your own life, and how have their lessons shaped the person you are today? Chapter 5. The Weight of Stolen Lives. As Ahri's understanding of human connection deepened through her time in Will, an inevitable reckoning began to unfold within her consciousness. The more she learned about the preciousness of life, love, and relationship, the more unbearable became the weight of what she had taken from the world. Each act of kindness she witnessed, each moment of genuine affection between the villagers, each child's laughter echoing through the market square, served as a mirror, reflecting the magnitude of her past actions with increasingly painful clarity. Picture her on a quiet evening, sitting by the stream that wound through the village, watching families gather for their evening meals through warmly lit windows. The domestic scenes that once would have meant nothing to her now carried the weight of profound loss. She could see Elena's memories overlaid on every interaction, a sister who would never return home for a wedding, a daughter who would never again help her mother prepare the evening bread, a friend whose laughter would never again brighten a gathering of loved ones. The psychological burden of carrying so many interrupted lives had become almost unbearable. Where once the voices in her mind had been mere whispers easily ignored, they now spoke with the full weight of lives unlived, dreams unfulfilled, and connections severed by her hunger. Elena's voice carried not just her own sorrow, but the grief of everyone who had loved her, parents who would never see their daughter wed, a sister who would spend her wedding day wondering why Elena had never arrived, friends who would forever wonder what had become of their gentle companion. Marcus's memories were perhaps the most devastating of all. Through his consciousness, Ahri could feel the love of a man who had built his entire world around providing for his family. She experienced his pride in his daughter's quick mind, his tender care for his ailing wife, his satisfaction in earning an honest living through hard work and fair dealing. But now she also understood the catastrophic ripple effects of his disappearance. His daughter had fallen ill while he was away, and without the medicine he carried, without his steady income, without his protective presence, his family had been forced to sell their home and move in with reluctant relatives who saw them as burdens rather than beloved family members. The weight of this knowledge was crushing. Ahri found herself spending entire nights awake, tormented by visions of the lives she had destroyed, not just through death, but through the absence that death created. She saw Elena's sister standing at the altar, scanning the crowd for a face that would never appear. She saw Marcus's daughter crying for a father who would never return to comfort her. She saw Ling's monastery, where his absence had been felt as both personal loss and spiritual tragedy. He had been beloved by his fellow monks, and his gentle wisdom had guided many seekers toward enlightenment. But perhaps most torturous of all were the memories of Sarah, the traveling bard, whose voice had carried stories and songs from village to village, weaving connections between communities through shared narrative and music. Through Sarah's consciousness, Ahri could see the vast network of relationships that had depended on her traveling between settlements, lovers who had relied on her to carry messages, families who had waited for news of distant relatives, children who had looked forward to her stories with eager anticipation. Her death had not just ended one life, but had severed countless threads in the social fabric that bound communities together. As these realizations compounded, Ahri began experiencing what could only be described as a form of existential collapse. The foundation of her self-image, that she was a natural predator fulfilling her role in the cosmic order, crumbled beneath the weight of understanding exactly what natural predation meant when applied to beings capable of love, creativity, and complex social bonds. She had not been maintaining balance. She had been a source of chaos and devastation, a creature whose very existence had diminished the beauty and richness of the world. The guilt manifested in physical symptoms that alarmed the villagers who had grown to care for her. Her usually lustrous tales became dull and lifeless. Her ethereal beauty dimmed to something haggard and hollow-eyed, and her magical aura flickered with the dark colors of despair, rather than the warm glow of controlled power. Grandmother Chen found her one morning collapsed beside the stream, weeping with a grief so profound that it seemed to drain color from the world around her. "Child, what burdens your heart so heavily?" Chen asked, settling beside her with the patient kindness that had become Ahri's anchor in the human world. For the first time since beginning her integration into village life, Ahri found herself telling someone the complete truth about her past. The words poured out of her like water through a broken dam, the centuries of hunting, the lives she had taken, the memories that now tormented her with their vividness and emotional weight. She expected Chen to recoil in horror, to call for the village guards, to cast her out as the monster she had always been. Instead, Grandmother Chen listened with the same patient attention she had shown when teaching Ahri to navigate market transactions. When the confession was complete, she was quiet for a long moment, then spoke with the wisdom that comes from having lived through many sorrows and witnessed countless forms of human suffering. "Child," she said gently, "guilt is not meant to be carried like a stone that weighs us down, but like fire that transforms us. What you were is not what you are. What you did is not what you choose to do now. The question is not whether you can undo the past. None of us can do that. The question is what you will do with the understanding you carry." This perspective began a new phase in Ahri's transformation, one that would prove more difficult than learning to navigate human society. She had to learn to live with guilt without being destroyed by it. to carry the weight of her past actions while still moving forward towards something better. The voices in her mind began to take on a different quality, not just as sources of torment, but as teachers and guides toward a kind of redemption. Elena's voice whispered about the importance of sisterhood and connection, encouraging Ahri to notice when others seemed lonely or isolated, and to offer them the companionship that Elena would never again be able to provide her own sister. Marcus's memories shared lessons about responsibility and protection, urging Ahri to use her abilities to shield others from the kinds of dangers that he had been trying to protect his family from. Ling's consciousness offered insights into balance and spiritual growth, showing her how suffering could be transformed into wisdom rather than simply endured as punishment. Slowly, painfully, Ahri began to understand that honoring the memories of those she had killed required more than guilt and self-recrimination. It required her to live in a way that would make their deaths mean something beyond simple tragedy. If Elena had died so that Ahri could eventually learn to value connection, then Ahri had a responsibility to forge connections that Elena would have approved of. If Marcus had been taken so that Ahri could understand the importance of family and protection, then she needed to become someone who protected families rather than destroying them. This realization led to a profound shift in how she approached her daily life in Wheel. Instead of simply trying to fit in or learn human customs, she began actively looking for ways to honor the specific values and dreams of those whose memories she carried. When she helped Grandmother Chen with her heavy lifting, she did so with Marcus's understanding of how physical labor could be an expression of love for one's community. When she told stories to the village children, she drew upon Sarah's vast repertoire but told them with her own voice, her own interpretation, creating something new that honored the bard's legacy while being authentically her own. The transformation was neither quick nor easy. There were days when the weight of guilt threatened to crush her entirely, when the voices in her mind seemed more like accusations than guidance, when the enormity of what she had destroyed made the idea of redemption seem laughably impossible. But gradually, through small acts of service and connection, through the patient acceptance of the villagers who had come to know her as she was rather than what she had been, Ahri began to forge a new relationship with her past. She learned to carry the memories not as burdens, but as sacred trusts. Each person she had consumed became a reminder of values she needed to embody, lessons she needed to learn, connections she needed to foster. Elena's love for her sister taught Ahri to notice when others were struggling with family relationships and to offer support or mediation. Marcus's devotion to his work showed her how daily labor could be a form of prayer when performed with attention and care. Ling's spiritual wisdom guided her toward a deeper understanding of balance and harmony in her interactions with both humans and the natural world. But perhaps, most importantly, she began to understand that redemption was not a destination to be reached, but a way of living to be practiced every day. Each choice to help rather than harm, each decision to build rather than destroy, each moment of genuine connection with another being, was a small act of atonement that honored the memories of those who could no longer make such choices themselves. The weight of stolen lives would never fully leave her. She understood that now, but she also understood that this weight could be transformed from a crushing burden into a foundation for something meaningful. The voices in her mind were not just reminders of her guilt, but guides toward becoming someone worthy of the trust that Konigin had placed in her, someone who could honor the humanity of others precisely because she understood the precious, irreplaceable nature of what she had once taken so carelessly. As she sat by the stream in the gathering dusk, listening to the gentle sounds of the village settling into evening routines, Ahri felt the voices in her mind not as accusations, but as a choir of guidance urging her forward toward a life that would make their deaths meaningful rather than simply tragic. She could not bring them back, could not undo the pain she had caused, but she could ensure that their love, their dreams, their values lived on through her choices and actions. The weight of stolen lives had become the foundation for a life dedicated to giving back more than she had taken, to creating more connections than she had severed, to protecting more dreams than she had destroyed. It was a burden that would shape every decision she made going forward, but also a purpose that gave meaning to her continued existence. In learning to live with guilt without being destroyed by it, Ahri had discovered something profound about the nature of redemption. It is not about earning forgiveness for past mistakes, but about choosing to become someone who honors the values and dreams of those we have wronged. The stolen lives she carried would always be part of her, but now they whispered not just of loss, but of hope. Hope that even someone who had caused such devastation could learn to become a force for healing in the world. How mysterious it is that our greatest failures can become the foundation for our most meaningful contributions, that the weight of our mistakes can teach us to value what truly matters. As you drift toward rest, perhaps you might consider, how have your own moments of failure or regret guided you toward becoming someone more compassionate, more aware of what deserves to be protected and cherished in this fragile world? Chapter 6. The Mirror of Self-Discovery. In the months following her confession to Grandmother Chen, as Ahri learned to transform guilt into purpose, a new and perhaps more complex challenge emerged from the depths of her evolving consciousness. Having spent so long defining herself through the memories and experiences of others, she began to confront a question that would have seemed meaningless during her predatory years, but now felt urgently essential. Who was she when stripped of all the borrowed emotions, learned behaviors, and echoed voices that had shaped her recent transformation? Picture her standing before the old bronze mirror in Grandmother Chen's back room, a surface polished smooth by generations of use, its reflection honest in the way that only well-worn things can be. The face that looked back at her was undeniably beautiful, with features that held the ethereal quality of her vast Heian heritage, but it was also somehow unfamiliar. For so long she had been either the perfect predator wearing borrowed faces, or the struggling student learning to mimic human behavior. Now, for the first time, she was trying to see herself as simply herself. But what did that mean? Elena's memories whispered about the importance of family loyalty. Ahri found herself drawn to acts of sisterly protection toward the village children. Marcus's experiences urged her toward responsibility and careful provision for others' needs. Lang's consciousness guided her towards spiritual contemplation and harmony with nature. Sarah's artistic soul encouraged her to find beauty and meaning in storytelling and music. Now, for the first time, she was trying to see herself as simply herself. But what did that mean? Elena's memories whispered about the importance of family loyalty. Ahri found herself drawn to acts of sisterly protection toward the village children. Marcus's experiences urged her toward responsibility and careful provision for others' needs. Ling's consciousness guided her toward spiritual contemplation and harmony with nature. Sarah's artistic soul encouraged her to find beauty and meaning in storytelling and music. Each influence felt genuine, each seemed to resonate with something deep within her nature. But were these truly her own inclinations, or simply the inevitable result of carrying so many foreign experiences within her mind? The question became more than philosophical when Grandmother Chen gently suggested that Ahri might benefit from some time alone, not the isolation of her predatory years, but the solitary reflection that allows one to hear their own voice clearly among the chorus of influences that shape every life. "Child," Chen said, with the wisdom that came from having raised 7 children and countless grandchildren, "you've been so busy learning to be like others that you haven't had time to discover who you are when no one else is watching." The suggestion both thrilled and terrified Ahri. The prospect of silence, of temporary freedom from the constant whisper of voices in her mind, was appealing beyond measure, but it also raised the frightening possibility that beneath all the borrowed memories and learned behaviors, there might be nothing. What if her true self was simply the empty hunger she had been before Konigan's transformative kindness? What if all her growth and change was merely an elaborate performance built on the foundation of stolen experiences? Following Chen's advice, Ahri retreated to a small meditation grove on the outskirts of Wheel, a place where ancient trees formed a natural sanctuary and the boundary between the spirit realm and material world. was thin enough to feel like home to her vast tie in nature. Here, surrounded by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft whisper of wind through branches, she began the difficult work of learning to distinguish between her authentic impulses and the influences that had shaped them. The process was more challenging than any transformation she had undergone thus far. When she felt drawn to help an injured bird she found near the grove, was this compassion her own, or an echo of Ling's connection to all living things? When she found herself humming a melody while working in her small garden, was this her natural inclination toward music, or Sarah's artistic spirit expressing itself through her voice? When she felt protective concern for the village children who sometimes came to visit her retreat, was this authentic maternal instinct, or Marcus's deep love for his daughter manifesting through her actions? Days passed in this careful examination of every thought, every emotion, every impulse. Ahri learned to sit with feelings without immediately acting on them, to observe her reactions without judgment, to notice the subtle differences between impulses that felt foreign and those that seemed to arise from some deeper, more authentic source within herself. It was delicate work, like trying to separate threads in a tapestry without destroying the overall pattern. Gradually, patterns began to emerge. When she acted from Elena's memories of sisterly love, the emotion felt borrowed, like wearing clothing that didn't quite fit. But when she felt protective of the village children, there was something different in the quality of that caring, something that seemed to come from her own vast tie in nature, rather than human memory. When she drew upon Sarah's knowledge of storytelling, the technical skills felt learned, but the joy she found in weaving words together, in seeing listeners' faces light up with engagement, that pleasure felt genuinely her own. The breakthrough came during a thunderstorm that rolled across the valley with unusual intensity. As rain hammered the grove, and lightning painted the sky in stark white flashes, Ahri found herself not seeking shelter, but standing in the center of the clearing, her tails spread wide, her face turned toward the storm, with an expression of wild joy that had nothing to do with any borrowed memory. This was pure, authentic response. Her Vastayan soul, recognizing and celebrating the raw power of natural forces, feeling kinship with the untamed energy that danced between earth and sky. In that moment of complete authenticity, the voices in her mind grew suddenly quiet, and for the first time since her transformation began, Ahri heard her own thoughts with perfect clarity. She was not Elena's compassion or Marcus's responsibility, or Ling's wisdom or Sarah's artistry. She was someone who had been shaped by all of these influences, but remained fundamentally herself, a creature of magic and wildness, who had chosen to embrace connection over isolation, growth over stagnation, love over hunger. The realization was both liberating and sobering. She was not simply a collection of borrowed experiences, but neither was she the empty predator she had feared finding beneath all the accumulated learning. She was something entirely new, a being who had taken the best of what she had absorbed from others and synthesized it with her own vast tie in nature to become someone who had never existed before in all of Runeterra's long history. This understanding brought with it a new kind of responsibility. If she was truly unique, if her specific combination of experiences and choices had created something unprecedented, then she had an obligation not just to honor the memories she carried, but to discover what unique contribution she could make to the world. She was not meant to be a perfect copy of human virtue, but rather to express her own form of compassion, connection, and care, one that was distinctly hers. As the storm passed and sunlight broke through the dissipating clouds, Ahri began to experiment with this newfound sense of authentic self. She allowed her Vastayan nature to express itself more freely, letting her tails glow with their natural light when she felt joy, permitting her magical aura to shift and flow with her emotions rather than keeping it rigidly controlled. She discovered that she could offer comfort in ways that were uniquely her own, not through human words and gestures alone, but through the subtle harmonics of her voice that could resonate with emotional frequencies, through the gentle magic that could ease physical pain or calm troubled spirits. When the village children came to visit her retreat, She found herself interacting with them in ways that felt completely natural for the first time. She told them stories that blended Sarah's techniques with her own mystical perspective, creating narratives that carried both entertainment and subtle lessons about the spirit realm and the importance of balance between different worlds. She played games that drew upon her Vastayan agility and magical abilities, giving the children experiences they could never have with purely human companions, while teaching them respect for the magical forces that surrounded their lives. Most importantly, she began to understand that her authenticity lay not in choosing between her Vastayan nature and her learned humanity, but in finding ways to express both simultaneously. She was not meant to become human, nor to return to being purely Vastayan. She was meant to become something that bridged both worlds, offering perspectives and abilities that neither could provide alone. This realization transformed her relationship with the voices in her mind. Instead of struggling to distinguish between their influences and her own thoughts, she began to understand that they were now genuinely part of her, not foreign intrusions, but integrated aspects of her expanded consciousness. Elena's love for her sister had taught Ahri how to care for others. Marcus's responsibility had shown her the importance of protection. Ling's wisdom had guided her toward balance. Sarah's artistry had awakened her own creative potential. These influences had become part of her authentic self, not through mimicry, but through genuine integration and transformation. She was Ahri, not the empty predator she had been, not a perfect copy of human virtue, but something entirely new. She was a bridge between worlds, a being who understood both the wild freedom of Vastayan nature and the deep connections that gave human life meaning. She was someone who could offer comfort in ways that were both magical and mundane, someone who could protect through both physical power and emotional wisdom, someone who could create beauty that honored both the mystical and the practical aspects of existence. Standing in her grove, as evening painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Ahri felt for the first time the deep satisfaction of being completely herself, not performing humanity, not suppressing her nature, but expressing the unique synthesis that her journey had created. The mirror of self-discovery had shown her not just who she was, but who she was meant to become, a guardian who could protect through understanding, a teacher who could bridge different ways of being, a friend who could offer both wildness and wisdom to those she chose to love. The voices in her mind hummed their approval, no longer separate influences competing for attention, but harmonious parts of a larger song that was uniquely and authentically hers. She had found herself not by choosing between different aspects of her nature, but by learning to weave them together into something that honored all of her experiences while remaining true to her essential spirit. In the gathering dusk, as stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Ahri smiled with genuine contentment. She knew who she was now, not perfectly, not completely, but clearly enough to move forward with confidence. She was herself, complex, unprecedented, and ready to discover what unique gifts such a being might offer to a world that had never seen her like before. The mirror of self-discovery had revealed not just her reflection, but her potential, not just who she was, but who she was becoming. And that becoming, she realized, would continue for as long as she chose to grow, learn, and love. The search for authenticity was not a destination to reach, but a way of living to embrace, honestly, openly, and with the courage to be exactly who she was, regardless of whether anyone else had ever been such a thing before. How profound it is to discover that our truest self emerges not from isolation, but from the integration of all our experiences into something uniquely our own. As you settle toward rest, perhaps you might consider what aspects of your own journey have shaped you into someone unprecedented, someone whose particular combination of experiences and choices has never existed before in all the world's long story. Chapter 7. The Bonds That Transform. With her authentic self finally emerging from the careful work of integration and self-discovery, Ahri found herself ready for something that had once seemed impossible. Genuine relationships built not on predation or performance, but on the foundation of mutual trust, understanding, and care. The village of Wheel had provided her with teachers and mentors, but now she was prepared to experience something deeper, the transformative power of bonds chosen freely, nurtured consciously, and treasured for their own sake, rather than for what they might provide. Picture her now, no longer the uncertain student struggling to understand human customs, but a being who had learned to move between worlds with grace and confidence. Her Vastayan nature expressed itself openly through the gentle glow of her tales. When she felt joy, the subtle harmonics in her voice that could comfort troubled hearts, and the way flowers seemed to bloom more brightly in her presence. Yet she also carried within herself the deep understanding of human connection that her journey had taught her, creating someone who was both magical and profoundly relatable. The first true friendship to blossom in this new phase of her existence began with an unexpected encounter. A young scholar named Kale arrived in Will, following rumors of ancient magical texts that might be hidden in the region's monasteries and libraries. Unlike Konigan, whose wisdom had come from decades of study and experience, Kale was barely out of his apprenticeship, full of enthusiasm and theoretical knowledge, but lacking the practical understanding that only real experience could provide. Their first meeting was almost comical in its reversal of expectations. Kale, armed with academic knowledge about Vastayan culture and behavior, approached Ahri with careful formality, speaking in the stilted phrases he had learned from dusty textbooks about proper protocols for interacting with magical beings. Ahri, who had spent months learning to navigate human social customs, found herself laughing at the absurdity of being treated like an exotic specimen by someone who clearly had never spoken to a Vastayan before in his life. "You don't need to bow every few sentences," she said gently, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "I'm not going to curse you if you forget to use the proper honorifics." "I'm just Ahri." Kale's relief was palpable, and what followed was a conversation that revealed the loneliness they both carried. His isolation as a young scholar, whose passionate dedication to his studies had left him with few peers, and hers as a being caught between worlds, belonging fully to neither human nor Vastian society. It was loneliness that recognized loneliness, intellectual curiosity that called to intellectual curiosity, and the beginning of something neither had expected to find. Their friendship developed through shared exploration of the questions that fascinated them both. Kesha was studying the intersection of magical theory and practical application, trying to understand how academic knowledge translated into real-world effects. Ahri, with her unique perspective as someone who embodied that intersection, became both teacher and student in their exchanges. She could demonstrate magical principles that he had only read about, while he provided theoretical frameworks that helped her understand the broader implications of her own abilities. But more than shared intellectual interests, their bond was forged through mutual support during moments of doubt and struggle. When Kale's research hit frustrating dead ends, when his theories failed to match observed reality, Ahri offered not just magical insight but emotional understanding. She knew what it felt like to question everything you thought you knew about yourself, to rebuild your entire worldview from the ground up. Her presence during his moments of academic crisis was like a steady light in the darkness of confusion. Similarly, when Ahri struggled with the weight of her past or moments of doubt about her place in the world, Kale provided perspective that was both intellectually rigorous and emotionally supportive. He helped her understand that transformation was not just a magical concept but a fundamental principle of existence, that growth, change, and evolution were natural processes that occurred in all living things, not aberrations to be ashamed of. Their friendship taught Ahri the difference between connection based on need and connection based on choice. With the villagers of Wheel, she had been the student, the one receiving guidance and patience from those who understood the world better than she did. With Kale, she experienced the joy of mutual exchange, of giving and receiving in equal measure, of being valued not just for her potential for growth, but for who she actually was in the present moment. Through Kale, Ahri also met others who would become central to her expanding understanding of relationship. There was Mira, a traveling healer whose gentle wisdom about the connection between physical and spiritual health resonated deeply with Ahri's own journey of integration. Mira taught her that healing was not just about mending what was broken, but about helping beings find their own capacity for wholeness and balance. Then there was Jin, a wandering artist whose paintings captured not just the visual appearance of his subjects, but something of their essential spirit. Jin's friendship taught Ahri about the power of creative expression to transform pain into beauty, to take the raw materials of experience, even tragic experience, and shape them into something that could inspire, comfort, or teach others. Through him, she learned that her own story, painful as it was, might someday become a source of hope for others who struggled with questions of identity and redemption. Perhaps most transformative was her friendship with Leora, a former soldier who had left military service after witnessing too much violence and was now training to become a counselor for those traumatized by war and conflict. Leora understood the weight of carrying guilt for actions that seemed necessary at the time, but felt monstrous in retrospect. Their conversations about responsibility, forgiveness, and the possibility of redemption helped Ahri develop a more nuanced understanding of her own journey. "The question isn't whether we can change the past," Leora said during one of their long walks through the forest paths around Will. "The question is whether we can change the future. The dead don't need our guilt. They need our commitment to ensuring that their deaths contribute to something meaningful, rather than simply adding to the world's store of suffering." These friendships taught Ahri lessons that no amount of borrowed memory could have provided. She learned that true loyalty was not blind adherence to others' wishes, but the willingness to support their growth even when it was difficult or inconvenient. When Kale made research decisions that seemed unwise, Ahri learned to offer her perspective honestly, while still supporting his right to make his own choices. When Mira struggled with a particularly challenging patient, Ahri provided magical assistance while respecting the healer's own methods and wisdom. Through these relationships, Ahri also discovered the profound satisfaction of sacrifice made freely out of love rather than obligation. When bandits threatened the region, she used her abilities to protect not just Will but the traveling routes that her friends used in their work. When Kale's research required rare materials that could only be gathered in dangerous areas of the spirit realm, she ventured into places she would never have risked for her own sake, driven by her desire to support his scholarly dreams. But perhaps most importantly, these friendships taught her about the courage required to be vulnerable. Opening herself to genuine connection meant accepting the possibility of loss, disappointment, and pain. The voices in her mind, Elena's love for her sister, Marcus's devotion to his family, Ling's spiritual connections, Sarah's artistic friendships, had shown her what such bonds could mean, but experiencing them herself was entirely different. When Kale fell seriously ill during a harsh winter, Ahri experienced for the first time the terror of potentially losing someone she loved. She spent days at his bedside, using her magical abilities to support Mira's healing efforts, but also simply being present in the way that only true friends can be. The experience taught her that love inevitably includes the risk of loss, and that the depth of care one feels can be measured by the intensity of fear that accompanies the possibility of that care being ended. The recovery, slow, uncertain, but ultimately successful, brought with it a joy so pure and overwhelming that Ahri finally understood what Konigan had meant when he spoke of meaningfulness. The bonds she had forged were not just pleasant additions to her existence. They were part of what gave life purpose and meaning. The thought of a world without Kale's enthusiastic theories, without Mira's gentle wisdom, without Jin's artistic vision, without Leora's hard-won understanding, such a world would be fundamentally diminished, less beautiful and meaningful than one where they existed and thrived. As spring returned to the valley and Kale regained his strength, Ahri found herself reflecting on how profoundly these relationships had changed her. She was no longer someone struggling to understand human connection from the outside, but someone who participated fully in the complex web of care, support, challenge, and growth that characterized healthy relationships. She had learned to love not just in the abstract sense of wishing others well, but in the practical sense of making daily choices to prioritize their well-being alongside her own. The bonds that had formed around her were not perfect. They included disagreements, misunderstandings, moments of frustration and disappointment. But they were real in a way that transcended any idealized notion of friendship she might have imagined. They were relationships that had been tested by difficulty and strengthened by mutual support, connections that had grown deeper through the sharing of vulnerability and the choice to remain committed, even when it was challenging. Standing in the village square as evening settled over well, surrounded by the gentle sounds of her chosen community, Kale's excited discussion of his latest research breakthrough, Mira's soft-spoken consultation with a worried mother, Jin's laughter as he showed children how to mix colors, Leora's patient conversation with a troubled veteran, Ahri felt a contentment that went beyond personal satisfaction. She felt the deep peace that comes from knowing you are not just loved but loving, not just supported but supporting, not just connected, but actively contributing to the connections that make life meaningful. The bonds that had transformed her were not just personal relationships, but a way of being in the world that honored both her own growth and the growth of others. She had learned that the most profound magic was not the power to take from others, but the ability to give freely while receiving gracefully, to support others' dreams while pursuing her own, to be simultaneously independent and interdependent in the complex dance of healthy relationship. These friendships had taught her that love was indeed a choice made daily, as Marcus's memory had whispered, but they had also shown her that such choices could become as natural as breathing when made consistently over time. The bonds that had initially required conscious effort to maintain had become part of her essential nature, woven so deeply into her sense of self that she could no longer imagine existing without them. As night fell and her friends gradually dispersed to their own homes and pursuits, Ahri felt the voices in her mind humming with approval and understanding. Elena's love for her sister, Marcus's devotion to his family, Ling's spiritual connections, Sarah's artistic friendships, all of these had prepared her to understand what she was experiencing, but none of them had been quite like this. These bonds were uniquely hers, forged through her own choices and nurtured by her own commitment, representing not borrowed understanding, but lived experience of the transformative power of chosen love. The bonds that transform us, she realized, do so not by changing who we fundamentally are, but by revealing and strengthening the capacity for connection that exists within us all. Through friendship, she had discovered not just how to love others, but how to be worthy of love herself. Not by becoming perfect, but by becoming genuine, vulnerable, and committed to the mutual growth that makes relationships not just pleasant, but transcendent. How remarkable it is that we become most fully ourselves, not in isolation, but in the mirror of relationships that reflect back our capacity for care, growth, and genuine connection. As you settle toward rest, perhaps you might reflect on the bonds that have transformed you, the friendships that have revealed aspects of yourself you never knew existed, and the love that has taught you who you were always meant to become. Chapter 8. The Dance Between Worlds. As Ahri's understanding of both her own nature and her capacity for connection deepened, she began to recognize that her unique position between the Vastayan and human worlds carried responsibilities she had never anticipated. No longer simply a predator hiding among prey, or a student learning to mimic human behavior, she had become something unprecedented. A bridge between two ways of being that often struggled to understand each other. A translator capable of speaking both the language of ancient magic and the dialect of mortal hopes and fears. Picture her standing at the edge of wheel on a misty morning, when the boundary between the spirit realm and the material world was gossamer thin, watching a group of human merchants negotiate with a delegation of Vastayan traders who had emerged from the deeper forests to establish new trade relationships. The humans approached with a mixture of fascination and apprehension, their gestures carefully controlled, their voices artificially formal as they tried to navigate customs they didn't fully understand. The Vastaya, in turn, seemed puzzled by human emphasis on written contracts and precise measurements, their own culture operating on principles of energetic exchange and spiritual balance that made little sense to minds focused on material profit and loss. Both groups were attempting genuine communication, but they might as well have been speaking different languages despite using the same words. The humans interpreted the Vastayan's fluid approach to time and commitment as unreliability, while the Vastaya saw human insistence on rigid agreements as evidence of mistrust and spiritual poverty. What should have been a mutually beneficial exchange was degenerating into frustration and misunderstanding on both sides. For the first time since her transformation began, Ahri found herself uniquely qualified to help. She understood the human's need for security and predictability. Marcus's memories had shown her how such concerns grew from genuine care for family and community welfare. But she also comprehended the Vastayan perspective, their emphasis on maintaining harmony between all parties, rather than simply maximizing individual advantage. More importantly, she could feel the underlying currents of emotion that were driving both groups' behavior, the humans' fear of being cheated or manipulated, the Vastayan's concern that rigid contracts would trap them in agreements that might become harmful if circumstances changed. Stepping forward with the quiet confidence that had grown from months of successful relationship building, Ahri began the delicate work of translation, not just of words, but of worldviews. She helped the humans understand that Vastayan flexibility came from a deep wisdom about the interconnectedness of all things, that their reluctance to commit to fixed terms reflected not unreliability, but a sophisticated understanding of how changing conditions might affect everyone involved in an agreement. To the Vastaya, she explained human emphasis on written contracts as a form of shared memory, a way of ensuring that important details wouldn't be forgotten or misremembered over time. She showed them how human insistence on specific measurements and timelines reflected not spiritual poverty, but practical care for dependents who needed predictable resources to thrive. But more than translating between different approaches to trade, Ahri found herself facilitating a deeper kind of understanding. As the negotiations progressed, she helped both groups recognize the values they shared beneath their different expressions. Both wanted fairness, both desired relationships that would benefit everyone involved, both sought to avoid harm to their respective communities. The Vastayan emphasis on spiritual balance and the human focus on material security were different strategies for achieving similar goals. This experience opened Ahri's eyes to the broader implications of her unique position. Throughout Ionia, the relationship between human settlements and Vastayan communities was often strained by mutual misunderstanding and mistrust. Humans frequently saw Vastaya as unpredictable, potentially dangerous beings whose magical abilities made them suspect. Vastaya often viewed humans as spiritually blind, creatures so focused on material concerns that they had lost touch with the deeper harmonies that governed natural existence. Both perspectives contained elements of truth, but both were also incomplete. Ahri began to understand that her journey from predator to bridge builder had given her insights that could help heal these ancient divisions. She had learned to see the spiritual wisdom underlying human practical concerns, the way that Marcus's devotion to his family reflected a form of love as pure as any Vastayan connection to nature. She had also discovered how Vastayan magical abilities could be used to support and enhance human communities, rather than threatening them. As word of her successful mediation spread, Ahri found herself called upon to help resolve other conflicts between the two worlds. A group of human farmers was struggling with crop failures that seemed to be caused by the disruption of natural magical flows in their valley. The local Vastayan tree spirits were willing to help, but previous attempts at cooperation had failed due to miscommunication about what assistance was needed and how it should be provided. Ahri's intervention revealed that the humans, influenced by imported agricultural techniques from regions where magic was less prevalent, had unknowingly disrupted sacred patterns that the tree spirits maintained to ensure the land's fertility. The Vastaya, assuming that humans would naturally understand the importance of these patterns, had been trying to restore them without explaining their actions. leading the farmers to believe their fields were being sabotaged rather than healed. Through patient conversation and careful translation of both practical and spiritual concerns, Ahri helped both groups develop a collaborative approach that honored the land's magical needs while meeting the farmers' requirements for reliable harvests. The solution involved teaching the humans to recognize and work with natural magical flows rather than against them, while helping the Vastaya understand how to communicate their intentions clearly to minds that processed information differently than their own. But perhaps most challenging was the situation that arose when a young human girl in a neighboring village began manifesting Vastayan characteristics, her ears gradually becoming pointed, her eyes taking on an otherworldly glow, her voice developing harmonics that could influence the emotions of those around her. Her parents were terrified, seeing these changes as a curse or contamination. The local Vastayan community was equally concerned, unsure whether this was a natural awakening of dormant heritage or something more troubling that might require intervention. Ahri's unique perspective allowed her to understand all aspects of this delicate situation. She recognized the parents' fear, not just of the unknown, but of losing their daughter to a world they couldn't follow her into. She empathized with the child's confusion and isolation, as she found herself changing in ways she couldn't control or understand. She also appreciated the Vastayan community's caution, their need to ensure that such transformations occurred safely and with proper guidance. Working with both families, biological and spiritual, Ahri helped create a support network that honored all of these concerns. She taught the human parents about Vastayan culture and abilities, helping them understand that their daughter was not being taken from them, but was discovering additional aspects of her identity that could enrich rather than replace her human connections. She worked with the child to help her understand and control her emerging abilities, drawing upon her own experience of learning to bridge different worlds. Most importantly, she facilitated ongoing communication between the two communities, helping them develop relationships that could support not just this child, but others who might face similar transitions in the future. The experience taught her that bridging worlds was not just about resolving individual conflicts, but about creating ongoing structures for understanding and cooperation. Through these experiences, Ahri began to understand that her role as a bridge between worlds carried implications far beyond her personal journey of redemption. The conflicts she helped resolve often stemmed from the same kind of fundamental misunderstanding that had once characterized her own relationship with humanity. The assumption that different ways of being were inherently incompatible, that one had to choose between Vastayan magic and human connection, between spiritual wisdom and practical care. Her own transformation had proven that such choices were false dilemmas. The voices in her mind, Elena's love, Marcus's responsibility, Ling's wisdom, Sarah's artistry, had not diminished her Vastayan nature, but had enriched it, showing her new ways to express her magical abilities in service of connection rather than predation. Similarly, embracing her Vastayan heritage had not made her less capable of human relationship, but had given her unique gifts to offer her human friends. The dance between worlds, she realized, was not about choosing sides or finding perfect balance, but about learning to move gracefully between different ways of being, translating between different forms of wisdom, and creating spaces where both could flourish simultaneously. It required not just understanding both perspectives, but developing the ability to shift between them as circumstances required, to be simultaneously magical and practical, spiritual and material, ancient and immediate. This understanding transformed her approach to every interaction. When working with human communities, she learned to ground her magical insights in practical terms they could understand and implement. When communicating with Vastayan groups, she helped them see how their spiritual wisdom could be expressed in ways that supported rather than alienated their human neighbors. In both cases, she served not as an advocate for one side or the other, but as a facilitator of mutual understanding and cooperation. The work was not always successful. Some conflicts ran too deep for easy resolution. Some misunderstandings had hardened into prejudices that resisted change, Some individuals on both sides preferred the simplicity of mutual mistrust to the complexity of genuine relationship. But even these failures taught her valuable lessons about the limits of what any individual could accomplish and the importance of working toward long-term change rather than expecting immediate transformation. Perhaps most significantly, her work as a bridge between worlds began to attract the attention of other beings who found themselves caught between different ways of being. She met half Vastaya, struggling to find acceptance in either community, humans who had been touched by deep magic and were learning to integrate their enhanced abilities, Vastaya, who had chosen to live among humans and needed support in navigating cultural differences. Each of these encounters added new dimensions to her understanding of what it meant to dance between worlds. She learned that there were as many ways of bridging differences as there were individuals attempting to do so, that her particular approach was just one of many possible paths toward integration and understanding. This humility made her more effective as a mediator, as she learned to adapt her methods to the specific needs and perspectives of those she was trying to help. Standing on a hilltop overlooking the valley where Willa nestled among its surrounding farms and forests, Ahri watched the sun set over a landscape where human cultivation and Vastayan wildness existed in increasingly harmonious relationship. The trade agreements she had helped negotiate were flourishing. The agricultural collaboration was producing abundant harvests that honored both practical and spiritual needs, and the young girl with emerging Vastayan traits was growing into her abilities with the support of both her communities. The dance between worlds was not a problem to be solved but a way of being to be embraced, an ongoing practice of translation, understanding and bridge building that required constant attention and care. It was work that honored both her Vastayan heritage and her learned understanding of human connection, allowing her to express all aspects of her nature in service of something larger than herself. The voices in her mind hummed with approval, each offering their own perspective on the beauty of connection across difference. Elena's love for her sister reminded her that families could include those who seemed completely different from ourselves. Marcus's protective instincts showed her how care could extend beyond biological or cultural boundaries. Ling's spiritual wisdom whispered about the underlying unity that connected all beings despite surface differences. Sarah's artistic vision revealed how different traditions could be woven together to create something more beautiful than any single approach could achieve alone. As night settled over the valley and lights began to twinkle in both human homes and Vastayan groves, Ahri felt the deep satisfaction that comes from finding one's true purpose. She was not just a bridge between worlds, but a living demonstration that such bridges were possible, that the ancient divisions between different ways of being could be healed through patience, understanding, and the courage to embrace complexity rather than demanding simplicity. The dance between worlds would continue for as long as different communities existed, with different approaches to life, meaning, and relationship. But now there was at least one dancer who had learned the steps of both traditions and could teach others how to move gracefully between them, creating harmony from diversity and understanding from difference. How beautiful it is when we discover that our greatest struggles can become our greatest gifts, that the very experiences that once divided us from others can become the foundation for unprecedented connection and understanding. As you drift toward rest, perhaps you might consider what bridges have you learned to build between different aspects of your own experience, and how might those bridges serve not just your own integration, but the healing of divisions in the larger world. Chapter 9. The Price of Redemption. As Ahri's reputation as a bridge between worlds grew, and her circle of influence expanded beyond the protective borders of Wheel, she encountered something she had not fully anticipated. The weight of her past following her, like a shadow, demanding acknowledgement and accountability in ways that threatened to undermine everything she had worked to build. The comfortable cocoon of acceptance she had found in her adopted village had shielded her from a harsh truth. That redemption was not simply a private journey of personal transformation, but a public reckoning with the consequences of past actions that extended far beyond her own consciousness. Picture her arriving at the market town of Kosin, 3 days' travel from Will, where she had been invited to help resolve a dispute between human traders and a vast Taiyan clan over rights to a sacred grove that happened to contain valuable medicinal herbs. It should have been the kind of mediation she had grown skilled at. Another opportunity to use her unique perspective to find solutions that honored both practical needs and spiritual values. Instead, she found herself face to face with something that made her blood run cold. Recognition in the eyes of an elderly woman, whose weathered face bore the unmistakable marks of a lifetime spent carrying grief. The woman was Senna's mother, not the Sentinel Senna, but the other Senna, a young herb gatherer, whose life Ahri had taken nearly a decade ago during her predatory years. Through the memories she carried, Ahri knew this woman's face as clearly as her own reflection, had experienced Senna's love for her mother through the consciousness she had absorbed in those final moments. But where Senna's memories held warmth and devotion, the woman's eyes now carried only recognition, horror, and a rage so pure it seemed to burn the air between them. "You," the woman whispered, her voice carrying the kind of absolute certainty that comes from nightmares made real. "You're the creature that took my daughter, the fox spirit with 9 tails who appeared as her beloved and led her into the forest. She was coming home to help me through the harvest, carrying medicines for my failing sight. She never arrived." The accusation hit the crowded market like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples of shock and fear through the assembled humans and vast Taya alike. In that moment, all of Ahri's careful work to build trust and understanding crumbled as people saw her, not as a bridge builder or mediator, but as what she had once truly been, a predator who had stolen lives for her own sustenance, a beautiful monster whose transformation might be nothing more than an elaborate deception. For the first time since beginning her journey toward redemption, Ahri found herself confronted with the full weight of how her past actions appeared to those who had been left behind to grieve. Through Senna's memories, she knew the young woman's love for her mother, her excitement about returning home, her plans to use her knowledge of healing herbs to help her community, but she had never truly contemplated what her death had meant to those who loved her. The harvest that went ungathered because there was no one to help, the progressive blindness that went untreated because the medicines never arrived, the endless nights of wondering what had happened to a beloved daughter who had simply vanished without trace. The confrontation that followed was unlike anything Ahri had experienced during her time in Wheel. There, her confession to Grandmother Chen had been met with wisdom and compassion. Here, faced with actual consequences of her actions, she encountered something far more challenging: righteous anger that could not be soothed by good intentions or transformed behavior. Senna's mother demanded not understanding or forgiveness, but justice, the kind of justice that could only be satisfied by undoing what could never be undone. "You speak of peace and understanding," the woman said, her voice growing stronger as her rage found focus. "You help others resolve their conflicts while the blood of innocence stains your hands. How many daughters have you stolen? How many mothers have you left to grieve alone? How dare you pretend to be something other than the monster that destroyed my life?" The crowd that had gathered began to murmur with growing hostility. Some of the humans who had initially welcomed Ahri's mediation now looked at her with suspicion and fear. Several Vastaya seemed embarrassed to be associated with someone whose past contradicted everything they stood for. The careful alliances she had built, the trust she had earned through months of patient work, all of it hung in the balance as the true cost of her past actions demanded payment. But perhaps most devastating was not the crowd's reaction, but her own internal response to the confrontation. Standing face to face with the living consequence of her predatory years, Ahri felt all of her growth and transformation seem suddenly insignificant compared to the magnitude of harm she had caused. What did it matter that she had learned to bridge worlds if she had destroyed so many connections in the process? How could her efforts to help others possibly balance the scales against lives that could never be restored? The voices in her mind, Elena's love, Marcus's responsibility, Ling's wisdom, Sarah's artistry, suddenly seemed not like guides toward redemption, but like accusations masquerading as comfort. She carried their love and memories within her consciousness, but their bodies lay moldering in some forgotten grove, where she had left them after taking what she needed. Their families had never received closure, had never learned what happened to their beloved children, parents, siblings, friends. For a moment, the weight of this realization threatened to crush her entirely. She found herself questioning everything, whether her transformation was genuine or simply an elaborate form of self-deception, whether her efforts to help others were meaningful acts of redemption or merely attempts to assuage her own guilt, whether someone who had caused such devastation could ever truly earn the right to call herself anything other than a monster. But as she stood in that hostile market square, surrounded by anger and suspicion, something unexpected happened. Instead of fleeing or collapsing under the weight of accusation, Ahri found herself drawing upon lessons she had learned, not from books or wise mentors, but from the very memories that were now being used to condemn her. Senna's consciousness, carried within her own, whispered not accusations but understanding, the kind of compassion that comes from experiencing both sides of a tragedy. Through Senna's memories, Ahri understood her mother's grief with perfect clarity, but she also knew something that the grieving woman could not. That Senna's final moments had been peaceful, that she had died believing herself loved, that her consciousness lived on in ways that honored her values and dreams. This knowledge did not diminish the mother's pain or excuse the crime that had caused it, but it did provide a foundation for something more complex than simple condemnation. "You're right," Ahri said, her voice steady, despite the hostile crowd pressing closer around her. "I am the creature that killed your daughter. I took her life and her memories, and her love for you became part of my consciousness. I cannot undo what I did. I cannot bring her back. I cannot erase your grief or restore the years of companionship that were stolen from you both." The crowd seemed surprised by her directness, by her refusal to offer excuses or denials. Some of the hostility wavered as people struggled to reconcile their expectations of how a monster should behave with the reality of someone who acknowledged her crimes without attempting to minimize them. "But," Ahri continued, "I can tell you that she did not suffer. In her final moments, she believed herself loved and safe. She thought of you with pure affection, worried about your eyesight, looked forward to helping with the harvest. Her last conscious thought was gratitude for having been raised by someone who had taught her such deep appreciation for the healing power of growing things." Senna's mother staggered as if physically struck, her anger momentarily giving way to something more complex, the bitter relief of finally knowing what had happened to her daughter, mixed with the renewed pain of having those final moments described by the very creature who had ended them. "She carried medicines for your eyes," Ahri said gently. "She knew the exact preparations you needed, had planned exactly how to help you adapt your gardening and household routines to accommodate your changing vision. Her knowledge lives on in my memory, and if you would permit it, I could share what she knew. It won't bring her back, but it might honor her intention to help you." What followed was perhaps the most difficult conversation of Ahri's transformed existence, not because it was hostile, though it certainly was that at times, but because it forced her to confront the complex mathematics of redemption. How does one balance decades of predation against years of attempted atonement? How does one measure the value of lives saved against lives destroyed? How does one earn forgiveness from those who have every right to withhold it? Senna's mother listened to the medical knowledge her daughter had carried, accepted the healing that Ahri's magic could provide for her failing eyesight, but made clear that none of this constituted forgiveness or absolution. "You may carry her memories," she said, "but you are not her. You may honor her knowledge, but you cannot replace her presence. You may try to heal the harm you've caused, but some wounds cannot be mended." This encounter marked the beginning of a new phase in Ahri's understanding of redemption. No longer could she view her transformation as a private journey toward personal peace. Every step forward had to be taken with the knowledge that her past would follow her, that her victims' families and communities had the right to judge her efforts and find them insufficient, that the price of redemption might be a lifetime of work that would never fully balance the scales. Some communities rejected her help entirely once they learned of her history. Others accepted her assistance while making clear that they saw it not as kindness but as obligation, payment on a debt that could never be fully settled. A few, influenced by those who had witnessed her genuine transformation, offered something approaching acceptance while maintaining appropriate wariness about her past. Each interaction taught her new lessons about the complexity of justice and forgiveness. She learned that redemption was not a destination to be reached, but a practice to be maintained, not a state of being, but a way of choosing to act despite the knowledge that no amount of good work could erase past harm. She discovered that some people would never forgive her, and that their refusal was neither unreasonable nor something she had the right to challenge. But perhaps most importantly, she learned that carrying the weight of justified condemnation did not negate the value of her efforts to help others. The healing she provided was real regardless of whether it earned forgiveness. The conflicts she resolved improved lives, regardless of whether those benefiting chose to trust her motives. The bridges she built between communities served their purpose, regardless of whether those who crossed them ever forgot how they had been constructed. The price of redemption, she realized, was not the payment of a specific debt that would eventually be settled, but the acceptance of a permanent imbalance, a life lived in service to values that her past actions had violated, motivated not by hope of absolution, but by commitment to ensuring that her continued existence contributed more to the world than it subtracted. It was a price that required her to continue growing, helping, and bridge building, not because such work would earn her peace, but because it was the only way to live that honored both her victims' memories and her own potential for positive change. Standing in another market square weeks later, having successfully mediated another dispute despite the whispers that followed her everywhere now, Ahri felt not the satisfaction of accomplishment, but the steady determination of someone who had found her life's work in the endless effort to give back more than she had taken. The voices in her mind, Elena, Marcus, Ling, Sarah, and now Senna, no longer offered simple guidance, but complex challenges to remain worthy of carrying their memories forward. The price of redemption was high, higher than she had imagined when her journey began, but it was also strangely liberating, freeing her from the burden of seeking approval or absolution, and allowing her to focus simply on the work itself, helping where she could, building bridges where they were needed, and honoring the memories she carried through choices that reflected their values rather than her past failures. In accepting that some debts could never be fully paid, she had found the freedom to keep paying them anyway, not out of hope for forgiveness, but out of commitment to becoming someone worthy of the consciousness she had inherited, someone whose life would ultimately contribute more beauty and connection to the world than it had destroyed. How profound it is to discover that true redemption lies not in earning forgiveness, but in choosing to live according to our highest values, regardless of whether that choice brings us peace. As you settle toward rest, perhaps you might consider, what debts do you carry that cannot be fully repaid? And how might the acceptance of that burden free you to focus on the ongoing work of becoming who you are meant to be? Chapter 10. The Echoes of the Past. In the months following her confrontation with Senna's mother, as Ahri learned to navigate the complex terrain of public accountability and private redemption, she began to discover that the voices within her consciousness had evolved beyond simple memory or even guidance. They had become a moral compass of extraordinary precision, each whisper a lesson in empathy drawn from the lived experiences of those she had lost forever. What had once been fragments of borrowed consciousness had transformed into something far more profound, a council of perspectives that helped her understand the full spectrum of human suffering and joy, with an intimacy that few beings could ever achieve. Picture her sitting in the quiet hours before dawn in her small dwelling on the outskirts of Kosin, where she had chosen to remain despite the mixed reception her presence had received. The hostile confrontation had actually opened unexpected opportunities. While some rejected her help entirely, others were curious about someone who acknowledged past darkness while demonstrating genuine transformation. But it was in these solitary moments, when the external world grew quiet enough for internal voices to be heard clearly, that her most important work took place. Elena's voice came first, as it often did, carrying the gentle wisdom of someone who had understood love as a verb rather than merely a feeling. When Ahri encountered families torn apart by conflict, Elena's memories provided insight into the small daily choices that either strengthen or weaken the bonds between people. A harsh word spoken in frustration, a gesture of kindness offered despite personal exhaustion, the way attention given or withheld could either nourish or starve the connections that made life meaningful. Elena had experienced all of these dynamics, and her consciousness now helped Ahri recognize similar patterns in others' relationships. Just yesterday, Elena's whispered guidance had helped Ahri understand why a merchant family was struggling with their teenage son's rebellion. Through Elena's memories of her own adolescent conflicts with her sister, moments of rivalry and resentment that had eventually deepened their bond through honest communication, Ahri could see that the boy's defiance was not rejection of his family, but desperate desire for recognition as someone capable of making his own meaningful contributions to their shared enterprise. The intervention that followed drew directly upon Elena's experience of how her sister had eventually won her respect, not through authority or punishment, but by trusting her with genuine responsibility and accepting that mistakes were part of learning. When Ahri suggested that the merchant include his son in real decision-making rather than just assigned tasks, the shift in family dynamics was immediate and profound. The boy's rebellion transformed into engagement, his need for independence channeled into innovations that actually improved their business practices. Marcus's consciousness offered different but equally valuable perspectives, particularly when Ahri encountered situations involving protection and sacrifice. His memories carried the weight of someone who had built his entire identity around providing security for those he loved, who understood the complex calculations involved in determining when sacrifice was necessary and when it was merely self-destructive. Through his experiences, Ahri had learned to recognize the difference between healthy protective instincts and the kind of obsessive control that ultimately damaged what it claimed to protect. This understanding proved crucial when she was called to help a village guard who had become so consumed with protecting his community from potential magical threats that he was alienating the very people he served. Marcus's memories whispered of similar struggles, times when his protective instincts had led him to be overly controlling with his daughter, moments when his fear for her safety had prevented her from developing the independence she needed to truly thrive. Through Marcus's hard-won wisdom about the balance between protection and empowerment, Ahri helped the guard understand that true security came not from eliminating all risks, but from building community resilience that could adapt to whatever challenges arose. The guard's rigid patrols and suspicious interrogations were replaced with community education about magical phenomena and collaborative planning for potential emergencies, approaches that actually improved security while strengthening rather than straining relationships between protector and protected. Ling's consciousness provided perhaps the most subtle but pervasive influence on Ahri's developing moral sensitivity. His memories carried the deep peace of someone who had learned to see conflict as opportunity for growth rather than simply problems to be solved. Through his spiritual perspective, Ahri began to understand that many situations that appeared to require immediate intervention actually needed patient observation until the underlying patterns became clear. This patience had been tested when she encountered a bitter dispute between two Vastayan clans over territory that both claimed as ancestral homeland. Her initial impulse was to research historical records and magical surveys to determine which group had the stronger claim. But Ling's voice whispered about the importance of understanding what lay beneath surface conflicts, of looking for the deeper needs that were being expressed through territorial disagreements. Patient observation revealed that both clans were actually struggling with the same fundamental challenge. Their traditional ways of life were being disrupted by increasing human settlement in the region, and they were competing for the remaining spaces where they could maintain their cultural practices. The territorial dispute was really about fear of cultural extinction, anxiety about preserving ancient traditions for future generations, This understanding completely changed Ahri's approach to the mediation. Instead of trying to determine which clan had stronger historical claims, she helped them recognize their shared challenges and develop collaborative strategies for cultural preservation that didn't require exclusive territorial control. The solution involved creating shared sacred spaces and rotating seasonal access that honored both groups' traditions while adapting to changing regional realities. Sarah's artistic consciousness contributed a different kind of wisdom, the understanding that truth could be revealed through story and metaphor in ways that direct confrontation often could not achieve. Her memories carried the knowledge of how narratives could help people see their own situations from new perspectives, how the right story, told at the right moment, could transform understanding more effectively than logical argument or emotional appeal. This insight proved invaluable when Ahri encountered a human community that was struggling with fear and prejudice toward Vastaya after a series of incidents involving corrupted nature spirits. The logical approach would have been to provide factual information about the differences between healthy Vastayan communities and the twisted creatures that had caused the problems. But Sarah's voice suggested a different strategy, helping the humans understand their own situation through stories that illuminated the complexity of the issues they faced. Rather than lecturing about Vastayan culture, Ahri shared carefully chosen stories about human communities that had faced similar challenges, tales of how fear could either lead to wise caution or destructive paranoia, how communities that learned to distinguish between real threats and imagined dangers were better able to protect themselves while maintaining their values. The stories allowed the humans to recognize their own fears and responses without feeling judged or lectured, creating space for them to choose more nuanced approaches to the complex magical realities of their region. But perhaps most profoundly, Senna's newly integrated consciousness brought urgent immediacy to all of these interactions. Unlike the other voices, which carried the perspective of completed lives, Senna's memories held the weight of interrupted dreams, unfinished business, love that had been prevented from reaching its intended recipients. Her consciousness reminded Ahri constantly that every intervention mattered, because every life was precious in ways that could only be fully understood when it was too late to express that understanding to the person themselves. Senna's voice was the one that urged Ahri to pay attention to seemingly minor conflicts before they escalated into major tragedies, that pushed her to notice when someone was struggling with isolation or despair before those struggles led to irreversible choices. Through Senna's truncated experience, Ahri understood viscerally that postponed kindness was often kindness lost forever, that opportunities for healing and connection could disappear as suddenly as life itself. This urgency informed every choice Ahri made, from the grand mediations between communities to the small gestures of support for individuals who seemed to be struggling. When she noticed a young Vastayan woman who appeared withdrawn and disconnected from her clan, Senna's voice whispered reminders about how depression could mask itself as independence, how the people who seemed most capable of taking care of themselves were sometimes the ones most in need of support. The conversation that followed revealed that the woman was indeed struggling with a sense of purposelessness, feeling caught between her clan's traditional expectations and her own dreams of contributing to the broader world through scholarly pursuits. Senna's memories of her own excitement about bridging different communities through her herbal knowledge provided insight into how intellectual passion could be honored while maintaining cultural connections. Together, they developed a plan that allowed the woman to pursue her scholarly interests while using her research to benefit her clan, studying the intersection of traditional Vastayan plant knowledge and human agricultural needs in ways that could improve relationships between different communities. The solution honored both her individual aspirations and her cultural heritage, creating connection rather than requiring choice between different aspects of her identity. As the seasons turned and Ahri's reputation as someone who carried uncommon wisdom about human nature grew, she began to understand that the echoes of the past she carried were not just personal burden but collective gift. The voices in her consciousness represented not just individual memories, but a library of human experience that could inform her understanding of virtually any situation involving suffering, growth, or connection. Each voice contributed its own essential perspective to this internal counsel. Elena's understanding of how love could be expressed through daily choices, Marcus's wisdom about the balance between protection and empowerment, Ling's insights into the spiritual dimensions of conflict and resolution, Sarah's knowledge of how stories could transform understanding, Senna's urgent awareness of how precious and fragile opportunities for connection could be. Together they formed a resource for understanding human experience that was both broad and deep, theoretical and intensely practical. But the echoes of the past did more than inform her interventions in others' lives. They also served as constant reminders of the stakes involved in every interaction. Through their voices, she understood that every person she encountered carried within themselves the same kind of complex inner world that she had absorbed from her victims, networks of relationships, unfulfilled dreams, fears and hopes and loves that gave their existence meaning and made their suffering matter in ways that extended far beyond their individual experience. This understanding transformed her approach to every conflict, every request for help, every opportunity to build bridges between different communities. She could not see people as abstract problems to be solved, but as complete beings whose stories were as complex and valuable as those that whispered within her own consciousness. The weight of this awareness was immense, but it also provided clarity about why her work mattered and how it should be approached. Standing in her garden as evening settled over Kozan, listening to the complex harmonies created by the voices in her mind as they offered their perspectives on the day's encounters, Ahri felt the deep satisfaction that comes from understanding one's purpose with perfect clarity. The echoes of the past that she carried were not just burden or guidance but sacred trust, the responsibility to ensure that the wisdom gained through others' experiences continued to serve the living in ways that honored the dead. The voices would continue to whisper their insights for as long as she drew breath, each echo a reminder that understanding could be transformed into compassion, that suffering could be alchemized into service, that even the most tragic endings could become beginnings for healing that might not have been possible any other way. In carrying their echoes forward, she had become not just someone seeking redemption, but someone capable of offering it to others, not through absolution of past mistakes, but through the kind of deep understanding that could help prevent future tragedies. The echoes of the past had become music in the present, each voice contributing its own essential note to the symphony of wisdom that guided her work in the world. And in that music, she could hear not just the weight of what had been lost, but the promise of what might yet be saved, healed, and transformed through the patient application of hard-won understanding. How remarkable it is that our deepest wounds can become our greatest sources of wisdom, that the voices of those we have lost can continue to guide us toward preventing others from experiencing similar loss. As you drift toward rest, perhaps you might listen to the echoes in your own consciousness. Whose wisdom do you carry forward, and how might their experiences inform your choices to create more healing and connection in the world around you? Chapter 11. The Path Forward. As the years passed and Ahri's understanding of her role in the world deepened, she began to realize that her transformation was not moving toward some final destination, but was itself a continuous journey, one that required constant navigation between the seemingly opposing forces of her Vastaean nature and her learned humanity, between the predator she had been and the guardian she was becoming. The path forward was not a straight line toward redemption, but a winding route that demanded she remain true to all aspects of herself, while choosing daily how to express that complex identity in service of connection and healing. Picture her now, standing at the edge of the whispering forest where Ionia's deepest magic flows like underground rivers through ancient root systems and forgotten sacred groves. She had been summoned here by reports of strange disturbances, young people disappearing into the forest depths, drawn by visions and dreams that promised them understanding of their true nature, but left their families worried and confused. Some returned changed, carrying new abilities and perspectives that alienated them from their former lives. Others never returned at all, leaving behind only mysterious traces of magical energy and the echo of laughter that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The local authorities suspected malevolent spirits or corrupted magic, but Ahri recognized something far more complex in the pattern of disappearances. Through the wisdom she had gained from carrying so many voices within her consciousness, she understood that these young people were responding to the same call that had once driven her own transformation. The deep longing to discover who they truly were beneath the expectations and limitations that others had placed upon them. But where her transformation had been forced by external circumstances and guided by the memories of her victims, these seekers were choosing their journeys consciously, driven by the kind of spiritual hunger that could lead either to enlightenment or to dangerous delusion. The forest was responding to their desires, offering visions and experiences that reflected their deepest longings, but without the framework of wisdom and accountability that could help them integrate such experiences safely. As Ahri ventured deeper into the whispering forest, her Vastayan senses attuned to the currents of magic that flowed through the ancient trees, she encountered the first of the transformed seekers, a young woman named Kira, who had been missing for 3 months, but looked as if she had aged 3 years. Her eyes held depths that spoke of having seen realms beyond ordinary perception, but her body was frail from inadequate attention to physical needs, and her connection to consensus reality seemed tenuous at best. "I found my true self," Kira said when Ahri approached, her voice carrying harmonics that suggested vast spiritual expansion, alongside concerning disconnection from practical concerns. "I am one with the eternal dance of magic and meaning. I no longer need the constraints of mortal form or mundane relationship." Through Elena's memories of her own youthful idealism and Marcus's understanding of how protection could become imprisonment, Ahri recognized both the genuine spiritual awakening that Kira had experienced and the dangerous imbalance that threatened to destroy her. The young woman had indeed discovered aspects of herself that transcended ordinary human limitation, but she had also lost touch with the grounding influences that made such transcendence sustainable and beneficial rather than destructive. "Your truth is beautiful," Ahri said, settling beside Kira on a moss-covered stone, where ancient magic pooled like still water around them. "But truth has many layers, and wisdom lies in understanding how they all fit together. You've discovered your connection to the eternal, but you're also a daughter whose mother lies awake every night wondering if you're safe. You're also a friend whose absence has left holes in the lives of people who love you. These connections don't diminish your spiritual discoveries, they give them meaning and purpose." What followed was a delicate process of helping Kira understand that true integration meant embracing all aspects of her identity, rather than rejecting the parts that seemed mundane or limiting. Through Ling's memories of his own spiritual journey, Ahri showed the young woman how the most profound mystical experiences could enhance rather than replace ordinary human connections, how wisdom gained in solitude found its true value when shared with others who could benefit from such insights. But more than offering guidance to individual seekers, Ahri began to understand that her role was evolving into something larger and more complex. The forest itself was responding to her presence, recognizing her as someone who had successfully navigated the treacherous territory between transformation and destruction, between spiritual awakening and practical wisdom. The ancient spirits that dwelt in the deepest groves whispered their approval of her balanced approach, her ability to honor both the wild magic of her Vastayan heritage and the grounded wisdom of her learned humanity. This recognition opened new possibilities for her work. Instead of simply rescuing those who had become lost in their spiritual quests, she could help establish frameworks that would allow future seekers to explore their potential safely. Working with both the forest spirits and the human communities that surrounded the Whispering Forest, Ahri began developing what would become known as the guided paths, structured approaches to spiritual exploration that honored the transformative power of deep magic while maintaining connections to the practical world. The guided paths drew upon everything she had learned about the balance between different aspects of identity. Seekers would enter the forest in small groups rather than alone, supporting each other through the challenges of transformation, while preventing the isolation that could lead to dangerous disconnection from reality. They would work with experienced guides, beings like Ahri, who had successfully integrated different aspects of their nature, who could offer perspective when spiritual experiences threatened to overwhelm practical wisdom. Most importantly, the guided paths required seekers to maintain connections with their communities throughout their journeys. Regular communication with family and friends, ongoing responsibility for practical contributions to their home villages, and commitment to sharing their insights in ways that benefited others rather than simply serving their own spiritual development. These requirements ensured that transformation strengthened rather than severed the bonds that gave individual growth broader meaning and purpose. The development of the guided paths revealed something profound about Ahri's own continuing evolution. She was no longer someone seeking to become human while suppressing her Vastayan nature, nor someone trying to return to pure magical existence while rejecting her learned empathy and wisdom. Instead, she had become something entirely new, a being who could serve as a bridge, not just between human and Vastayan communities, but between different stages of development and understanding that individuals might pass through in their own journeys toward wholeness. This role required her to embody seemingly contradictory qualities simultaneously. She needed to be wild enough to understand the call of untamed magic, while civilized enough to help others navigate social relationships responsibly. She had to be powerful enough to command respect from ancient forest spirits, while humble enough to learn from the simplest human wisdom. She needed to be compassionate enough to offer unconditional support, while wise enough to provide honest feedback when transformation threatened to become self-destructive. The voices in her consciousness, Elena, Marcus, Ling, Sarah, Senna, had taught her that such paradoxes were not problems to be solved, but complexities to be embraced. Each voice contributed essential perspective to her understanding of how different aspects of identity could coexist harmoniously. Elena's love for her sister showed how personal relationships could deepen rather than constrain spiritual growth. Marcus's protective instincts demonstrated how individual transformation could serve collective well-being. Ling's spiritual wisdom revealed how mystical experience could enhance rather than replace practical effectiveness. As word of the guided paths spread throughout Ionia and beyond, Ahri found herself working with seekers from increasingly diverse backgrounds. Young Vastaya struggling to understand how their magical heritage could be expressed in a world increasingly dominated by human concerns. Humans who had been touched by deep magic and needed help integrating their enhanced abilities without losing their cultural connections. Half-bloods and shapeshifters and others who found themselves caught between different ways of being, seeking frameworks for understanding their complex identities. Each encounter taught her new lessons about the infinite variety of paths that transformation could take. No two journeys were identical, no single approach worked for everyone, and wisdom lay in developing the sensitivity to recognize what each individual seeker needed, rather than applying universal solutions to unique challenges. The work required constant learning, endless adaptation, and the humility to acknowledge when her guidance was insufficient for someone's particular needs. But perhaps most significantly, her work with the guided paths began attracting others who had successfully navigated similar transformations, beings who could offer perspectives and support that complemented her own understanding. Former soldiers learning to channel their protective instincts into healing rather than warfare. Artists whose creative abilities had been enhanced by magical awakening. Scholars who had learned to bridge academic knowledge and mystical insight. Gradually, a community formed around the guided paths, a network of individuals who had found ways to integrate different aspects of their nature and were committed to helping others do the same. This community became both her greatest joy and her ongoing education. Through their diverse perspectives and experiences, Ahri continued to learn new ways of understanding the challenges and possibilities that transformation could bring. She discovered approaches to integration that she had never considered, encountered forms of wisdom that her own journey had not revealed, and found herself constantly expanding her understanding of what it meant to live authentically as a complex being in a complex world. Standing in a clearing where seekers from across Runeterra had gathered to share their stories and support each other's continued growth, Ahri felt the deep satisfaction that comes from finding work that honors all aspects of one's nature while serving something larger than oneself. The path forward was not leading towards some final destination where all contradictions would be resolved and all growth would be complete. Instead, it was revealing itself as an endless journey of discovery, integration, and service that would continue to evolve as long as beings struggled to understand who they were and who they might become. The voices in her consciousness hummed their approval, each offering their own perspective on the beauty of growth that never ends. Elena whispered about how love deepened through shared exploration of life's mysteries. Marcus spoke of how true protection meant helping others develop their own strength rather than shielding them from all challenges. Ling shared insights about how spiritual development could enhance rather than replace practical engagement with the world. Sarah celebrated the artistry involved in helping others craft coherent narratives from the disparate elements of their transforming identities. Senna urgently reminded her that every moment of guidance offered was precious because opportunities for positive influence could be lost as suddenly as life itself. As evening settled over the gathering and individuals began to disperse toward their own continuing journeys, Ahri reflected on how far she had traveled from the simple predator who had once moved through the forest seeking only sustenance. The path forward had revealed itself not as movement toward becoming something other than what she was, but as the ongoing discovery of what it meant to be fully herself. Vestian and human-touched, magical and practical, wild and civilized, predator and guardian, individual and community member, teacher and eternal student. The path forward would continue for as long as she chose to walk it, offering endless opportunities for growth, service, and the kind of integration that honored complexity rather than demanding simplification. And in walking that path, she had discovered that the journey itself was the destination, not because growth would eventually end, but because the process of conscious development in service of others was itself the most meaningful way she could honor both her nature and her choices. Path forward stretched ahead like starlight, infinite in its possibilities, rich with potential for continued transformation that would serve not just her own evolution, but the healing of the wounded spaces where different worlds met and struggled to understand each other. And she would walk it with the voices of those she had wronged, whispering wisdom in her consciousness, ensuring that every step honored their memory by contributing to a world where such tragedies might become less common and such healing more possible. How beautiful it is to discover that the path toward becoming our fullest selves is not a destination to reach, but a way of traveling that honors all of our complexity while serving something greater than our individual journey. As you settle toward rest, perhaps you might consider what path forward calls to you, and how might your own unique combination of experiences and wisdom serve the healing of the spaces where different worlds meet. Chapter 12. The Endless Transformation. As the seasons turned and years accumulated like rings in an ancient tree, Ahri found herself standing once again in the grove where her transformation had begun, not the hunting grounds of her predatory youth, but the meditation space where she had first learned to hear the voices within her consciousness clearly. The flowering cherry tree under which she had once struggled to distinguish between borrowed memories and authentic self, now bloomed with unusual vibrancy, its petals seeming to glow with inner light, as if the tree itself had been touched by the magic of witnessing profound change. But she was no longer the confused being who had once sat here trying to separate Elena's thoughts from her own, or Marcus's wisdom from her personal insights. The voices that had once seemed foreign had become integral parts of her consciousness, not through absorption or mimicry, but through the kind of deep integration that transforms all elements into something entirely new. She carried Elena's capacity for love, Marcus's protective instincts, Ling's spiritual wisdom, Sierra's artistic vision, and Senna's urgent appreciation for life's preciousness, but these qualities had been alchemized through her own choices and experiences into something uniquely her own. Picture her now as she appeared to those who sought guidance at the guided paths, a being whose beauty transcended the merely physical to encompass something deeper and more lasting. Her 9 tails flowed behind her like captured starlight, but their glow spoke not of predatory power, but of warmth and welcome. Her eyes held depths that came not from mystical otherness, but from having witnessed the full spectrum of conscious experience, joy and sorrow, love and loss, transformation and growth. When she moved, it was with the fluid grace of her vast Haiyan heritage, but also with the purposeful intention of someone who understood that every gesture could either heal or harm, connect or isolate. She had never become human in the biological sense, and had gradually realized that this had never been the true goal of her journey. Instead, she had become something far more complex and valuable, a being who embodied the highest aspirations of humanity, while retaining the magical gifts that allowed her to serve in ways that purely human beings could not. Her quest to understand humanity had taught her that humanity itself was not a species or a set of characteristics, but a way of choosing to engage with existence that prioritized connection, growth, and service over domination, stagnation, and selfishness. The irony was profound and beautiful. In seeking to become human, she had discovered what humanity could be at its finest. The voices within her consciousness had shown her that the most human qualities, love, sacrifice, wisdom, creativity, and appreciation for life's fragility, were not exclusive to humans, but were potentials that any conscious being could develop and express. Her vast Haiyan nature had not been an obstacle to achieving these qualities, but had provided unique ways of manifesting them in the world. When she used her magical abilities to ease someone's emotional pain, she was expressing Marcus's protective instincts through her own otherworldly gifts. When she helped communities bridge their differences, she was channeling Elena's understanding of love through her unique position between worlds. When she guided seekers through spiritual transformation, she was offering Ling's wisdom enhanced by her own experience of radical change. Each expression of these learned values was simultaneously an honoring of the memories she carried and an authentic manifestation of who she had chosen to become. The endless transformation that had become her life's work was not about reaching some final state of perfection or redemption, but about discovering how many different ways the fundamental qualities of consciousness could be expressed through action, relationship, and service. Every day brought new opportunities to choose connection over isolation, growth over stagnation, healing over harm. Every interaction offered chances to practice the kind of presence that honored both her own complexity and the full humanity of everyone she encountered. She had learned that transformation was not a problem to be solved, but a capacity to be cultivated, the ability to continue growing, adapting, and deepening one's understanding regardless of circumstances or limitations. The seekers who came to the guided paths taught her this lesson repeatedly, each bringing their own unique challenges and possibilities, each requiring her to expand her understanding of what growth could look like and how it could be supported. Some came seeking dramatic change, hoping to leave behind aspects of themselves they found limiting or shameful. Through patient guidance, they learned that true transformation was not about rejection but about integration, finding ways to honor their full history while choosing to express their potential more consciously. Others arrived believing they needed to suppress their natural gifts or instincts to fit into social expectations. They discovered that authenticity lay not in conformity, but in finding healthy, constructive ways to express their genuine nature, while contributing to the well-being of their communities. Each success story added to Ahri's understanding of the infinite ways that consciousness could evolve and develop. Each struggle taught her new forms of patience and compassion. Each failure reminded her that growth could not be forced or rushed, that the most profound changes often required years or even decades to fully manifest. The work kept her humble, while also filling her with constant wonder at the resilience and potential that existed within every conscious being. But perhaps the most profound realization that had emerged from her years of service was that her initial understanding of redemption had been far too small. She had begun her journey thinking that redemption meant somehow balancing the scales between harm caused and good accomplished, finding a way to pay back the debt created by her predatory years. What she had discovered instead was that redemption was not a transaction but a transformation, not a debt to be paid, but a way of being to be embraced. The voices in her consciousness had taught her that those she had wronged did not need her guilt or her attempts at restitution so much as they needed their values and dreams to continue living in the world through the choices and actions of those who remained. Elena's love for her sister lived on every time. Ahri helped strengthen a family bond. Marcus's protective devotion continued to serve whenever she used her abilities to shield the vulnerable. Ling's spiritual wisdom kept flowing through her guidance of seekers on their own paths toward understanding. In this sense, her victims had achieved a form of immortality through her transformation, not the hollow persistence of borrowed memory, but the living continuation of their essential values and qualities expressed through new actions in service of new people. They had become part of something larger than their individual lives, contributors to patterns of healing and connection that rippled outward in ways that could never be fully measured or contained. This understanding had gradually freed her from the crushing weight of guilt that had once threatened to destroy her progress. She still carried the responsibility of her past actions, still felt the sorrow of lives cut short and dreams unfulfilled. But she no longer saw these feelings as punishments to be endured or debts to be paid. Instead, they had become sources of motivation and wisdom, reminders of what was at stake in every choice she made and every interaction she undertook. The endless transformation that characterized her existence had taught her that consciousness itself was endlessly creative, constantly generating new possibilities for expression, connection, and service. She would never reach a point where growth was complete, or where she had learned everything there was to know about love, wisdom, or the art of living consciously. And this incompleteness was not a flaw to be corrected, but a gift to be treasured. The promise that there would always be new ways to contribute, new forms of beauty to discover, new depths of understanding to explore. Standing beneath the flowering cherry tree, as evening painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Ahri felt the voices in her consciousness humming in harmony, not the desperate whispers of the lost, but the gentle songs of teachers and guides who had found new ways to serve the living. Elena's love had become part of every family she helped heal. Marcus's strength lived on in every act of protection she offered. Ling's wisdom flowed through every spiritual guidance she provided. Sarah's artistry continued in every story she shared that helped others understand their own experiences. Senna's urgency reminded her daily that opportunities for kindness and connection were precious because they could be lost so suddenly. Together, these voices had taught her that humanity was not a state to be achieved, but a practice to be maintained. The ongoing choice to prioritize connection over domination, growth over control, service over selfishness. They had shown her that the most profoundly human quality was not perfection, but the willingness to continue learning, changing, and reaching toward the highest possibilities of conscious existence. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, and the evening sounds of her adopted world settled around her, the gentle conversations of families sharing dinner, the laughter of children at play, the soft murmur of friends walking together through the village streets. Ahri smiled with the deep contentment that comes from understanding one's place in the vast web of existence. She was exactly who and what she was meant to be, not human in the biological sense, but human in the deepest sense of embodying the qualities that made consciousness beautiful and meaningful. The endless transformation would continue for as long as she drew breath, offering infinite opportunities for growth, service, and the kind of love that honored both her own journey and the journeys of all those whose lives touched hers. She had learned that the question was not whether she could ever become fully human, but whether she could continue choosing to express humanity's highest aspirations through her own unique gifts and perspectives. In seeking to understand what it meant to be human, she had discovered something far more valuable, what it meant to be conscious, connected, and committed to the well-being of others. The endless transformation had revealed that the most profound magic was not the power to change others, but the willingness to continue changing oneself in service of love, wisdom, and the healing of a wounded world. The voices in her mind whispered their approval as she settled into meditation beneath the blooming tree, each echo a reminder that growth never truly ends, that love finds infinite ways to express itself, and that consciousness itself is the most precious gift any being can offer to the ongoing story of existence. The endless transformation was not a burden to be carried, but a dance to be danced, not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived with wonder, gratitude, and hope. As sleep began to claim those she had dedicated her life to serving and protecting, Ahri remained awake in the gathering darkness, tending the sacred fire of consciousness that burned within her, a flame that had been lit by tragedy, but sustained by choice, fed by the memories of those she had lost, and dedicated to ensuring that their light continued to shine in the world through every act of love, wisdom, and healing she could offer. The endless transformation stretched ahead, like starlight, infinite in its possibilities, rich with potential for continued growth that would honor both what she had been and what she continued to become. And in that endless becoming, she had found not the answer to what it meant to be human, but something even more valuable, the understanding that the question itself was what made any form of consciousness precious, and the willingness to live that question fully was what made any being worthy of the gift of existence. Perhaps, as you settle into the gentle embrace of rest, you might wonder, what does it truly mean to be human? Is it found in what we are, or in who we choose to become through the endless transformation of consciousness, reaching always toward its highest possibilities?